fast, man, I feel like going full throttle. Play for keeps, no retreats, that's my whole gospel. Crash and burn, gonna learn, die on this hill. Head first, it's a curse, going in for the kill. Rise up, lock in, man, it's go time. By the one-way ticket to my own grind. Feeling primitive, in it just to win it big. Don't want a little bit, get it when I flip the switch. I like the feeling when I fucking win. I wanna do that shit again and again and again. I have one speed, no brakes, full send. You know it's sink or swim, all the pressure is a friend. I'm attacking, attracting, adapting, I'ma make it happen. I'm the captain, I'm steering the shit straight into the madness. Like a canvas, I'm painting the vision, never going back. And I just wanna fucking ball, push until I got it all. I feel the surge of adrenaline. Come on, I feel the blood pumping yet again. I feel the drive, I just wanna win. I feel the current coursing through my fucking skin. I'm locked in, maxed out, no plan B. I push the chips to the middle, that's everything. Risk it all for the person that I wanna be. Won't stop, that's the version that I'm gonna be. I wake up every minute with the fever dreams. I push my mind to a limit where it needs to be. I work blind, got vision I don't need to see. I'm picking mind over matter, I believe in me. I need to find more hours in the day to breathe. Need to find more power in the way I be. And when my mind turns sour with the painful scenes, I need to scream out loud, I can't stop me. I wanna be the greatest like Rocky. You know I leave them all hating like a hobby. I'm out here making moves like a lobby. And if you ain't with me, it's your loss, see. I got my mind on the facts, I'm a python, grab what I like real fast. Choke until I have everything I attack, everything that I lack, everything that I want, and I see, matter of fact. Cause I'm my own worst enemy. Only if I let it be. I can control anything if I can just think carefully. I control my destiny. Deep up in my mind I manifest it. Every morning I wake up obsessed, and everything I do the best. And deep within my mind, you know I'll always manifest it.
Hello and welcome to my Mind of Your Matter. My name is Rick. Let's get the cameras on. Yes, it's finally here. It's my birthday. Whew. It's been a beautiful day today. I mean, got a lot accomplished. I'm still tired, but I had a great day today, a good day. Um, I'm not officially born yet. I don't really celebrate my birthday until 10:25 p.m. because that's when I punched out and came into the world and took it by storm. But it's good to be alive, to be honest with you. It's 46 years and counting, and we like it to continue to count. As much as I don't like getting old because of the pains, because I'm already feeling the pains and the aches and everything in between sucks. But hey, I'm happy to be alive. But let's go ahead and check out here the comments. Hey, Chloe. Thank you. Happy birthday, Rick. Maggie. Hey, Maggie. Just off to sleep, but wanted to wish you a very happy birthday and have a great show. Thank you, Maggie. That was so awesome. I wasn't expecting a Maggie be. Wait a minute, Maggie. Girl, you passed your birth time. she. Wait a minute. I'm like looking at my watch. I'm like, yeah, she is past her bedtime. Oh, thank you, Maggie, for passing by, man. I appreciate that. It's been a long time since we had Maggie pass through here, but I'm glad she's going to bed and she's doing good, I hope. And hey, Albie, what's up? Yes, what's up, everybody? Really happy birthday. Thank you. I appreciate it, guys. I truly do. I gotta upload some shorts because I haven't uploaded the shorts yet. I gotta do it. I give you a heads up for the ones who are watching here. I pulled out back to back to back hitters today, and I'm very happy. For the three packs that I opened, and the first three, I got a hit on every single one, and two of them I had put to the side because I had a good feeling about them. Actually, all three of them I had a good feeling about, and I opened it today because of the celebration of my birthday, and it truly delivered. I mean, I got a card here that could be possibly worth anywhere between 150 $165, graded as a PSA 10, and I think it's a 10 because though I was looking at it, I was checking it out, and it looks just perfect, the card. So I was very surprised to pull out a $165 card on one of my polls today, and I got to upload it up. I have to upload it during the show. I'm going to be uploading onto the shorts, and I'll let you guys know when it's uploaded, so you guys can go run real quick and check it out and leave a like and all that good stuff. Because I'm getting a lot of eyes that are really attaching to the Pokemon. A Pokemon really attracts people, and I like it because I'm opening it for me, but it's not really for me. It's for my niece because everything that I have, she's pretty much going to inherit. And the Pokemon collection, I mean, 14 years from now, 15 years from now, the cards that I'm pulling out today are going to be worth a lot of money. And I want to save it for her. And I wanted to be able for her to buy a car in the future. It's like, here's a brand new car. Ding, 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 ding. And I wanted to celebrate, like, during her graduation, that she sees a beautiful car and it's all paid for and the insurance is paid off for a year. That would be a great start for her so she could get her life going with college and so forth. So that's my goal. That's the outlook that I'm looking for. It's not for me, it's for her. And she sang me the most beautiful happy birthday today, and I was so melted by it and so happy. And it seems like every year I'm going to be getting a birthday song from my niece, and it keeps getting better every time she sings. And I truly love it, and I will be there for her 5th-year birthday, which is coming up in May. So I will be going down to Florida to spend time with my niece, and we're going to the place that I regret. I don't want to go, but It's for my niece because it'll be her first time going to, and that's Disney World. I don't want to go to Disney World. You know how I feel about them, but my niece, it's her birthday, and that's what she wants, and she's gonna get what she wants. So we're definitely gonna do the Disney World, and she also wants to go to Chuck E. Cheese. So we're also gonna make that happen this year. So Disney and Chuck E. Cheese it is this year. I'm looking forward to it in May. And hey, what a great day. Could it get better? I don't know. Possibly. I got some news for us to watch. And we will get to that. And it's a good amount of news for us to watch. But weather alert, we are anticipating a very heavy snow event that's going to be taking place this weekend, starting Sunday into Monday. We preliminary reports are coming in that we're possibly going to be getting about a foot to about maybe, I don't think we're going to get to the 2 feet mark, but we may get 18 inches of snow. What, Rick? What you said, Rick? I didn't stutter. 18 inches of snow. If you recall, a while back on my show, that I said, you know what I would like for my birthday? I would like about a foot to 2 feet of snow for my birthday. I said that, and other people here heard me say that. Especially, I have witnesses that heard me say that I wanted a foot to 2 feet of snow for my birthday. Guess what? The gift is coming late, but it's coming, and we are gonna get a foot to almost 2 feet of snow. Can you believe that? I'm just astonished how I could manifest things, and not only that, but and that's gonna be a big event this weekend. But something happened last night that I wasn't expecting. Okay, let me see if I can set this up. Hold on 1 second, because I'm gonna have to go to my channel for this one because I had entered into a giveaway, and I did it, because I was like, I really love Pokemon. I'm really getting into it, and someone that I'm subscribed to was holding a competition, not really a competition, but a giveaway, and the giveaway was it's funny because the way he was saying it, he's like, uh, uh, if you want my balls, subscribe and like, and what he was meaning was the Pokemon balls, which I have one myself. I only have one. I only have one ball. And it was the funniest thing, right? So I entered into this competition. I really wanted to win. I was like, man, if you really want something, you go after it. You follow the instructions, you listen in, you do what they tell you, and you leave it to faith. And if you really manifest it, it will come to you. And I was telling him, and I was making jokes with him, and I was like, I really would like the right ball. Because he was making jokes about balls. So I was like, you know what? Let me play along with it. Give me the right ball. I want the right ball to come my way. I want the right nut, pretty much. And it's, you see, I have one here. It's back here. It's a Pokeball, and I won a couple of them during this competition. During this giveaway, I won. I was not expecting that last night. I was laying in bed. I was celebrating, yay, my birthday hit midnight and so forth. And I'm laying in bed and I'm getting ready to go to sleep. And then this video comes up. Let me see if I could set it up here real quick so we could see it together. Okay, let's move this out the way. Let's see if we can make this big. Okay, so I was watching this video that's coming up that I'm going to present to you guys while I was getting ready for bed, and I was like, "Oh, he's going to announce the winner because the pretty much the giveaway was on the 20th, and it was so late at night. I was like, "Oh man!" So I'm like, "Well, whoever wins, that would be awesome, right?" So I'm watching and watching, and then all of a sudden, it stops. The wheel stops, and it lands under my name, and I end up winning the giveaway right on my birthday. Literally, the first surprise of my birthday was winning these pokeballs. And I don't know what else he's going to throw in there because he mentioned he was probably going to do something and throw something in there. I don't know what's coming my way. I hope it's. I know it's going to be great. I want to share that video with you guys so it can be documented here on my channel. So without further ado, let's go ahead and check out the content creator. The channel is called Green Monster Pocket. Green Monster Pocket. So let's check out that video. Let's set it up. And here we go.
What of you guys are now the proud owner of my ball?
What did he say?
Because as always, if you followed my instructions on the last few videos throughout this giveaway, you got your name put on this list, which got put on this wheel. And if you did it for all 3 days, you do have a slightly higher chance at winning. So for today, welcome new family members as well. But we have, who's it going to be? My Mind over Your Matter. That's a great one, man. Glad to see you've been a great member of the family. Congratulations. So if this is your YouTube profile, I need you to hit me up on our Instagram page. It is Green Monster Pocket, and I will get your information and send those balls to you right away. So congratulations again, and thank you for being an active and awesome part of the family. You always bring great vibes. I can't wait to do the third giveaway. It'll be just honestly a few more days, and I'll announce that. But everybody stay tuned, stay kind. I will see you next time.
What an awesome video. What an awesome video. And I truly was not anticipating winning. I wanted to. That's the thing. I really wanted to win just because, like, yeah, it's my birthday coming up and all that good stuff. And it's a nice thing. But, like, I really wanted the Pokeball, and I was making fun of it too. I was not making fun of it. I was making fun of I wanted the right one. He's like, "You want balls?" I was like, "Yeah, give me the right one." Oh man, and I literally did win it, and that was awesome. So, congratulations to me. Pat in the back. I already got in contact with him, and I already sent him the information and so forth, and hopefully within a few weeks, I will be receiving this package and I will be opening it up. I will be doing some shorts of it and showing what I won during the shorts and more content for my channel. And I am excited. I've never won anything like that before. And the fact that I put my full energy into it and I manifested it and got it, it's a great win-win for me. It's awesome. I truly appreciate it. But let's go ahead and get to it. Like we were saying before at the beginning of the show about the crazy snowfall that's going to be coming our way, and it looks like it's going to get really intense. Let's go ahead and set this up and watch.
But it's 35 states dealing with at least some impact from this storm. Massive effort to get ready for this. That doesn't, this go around, leave out the mid-Atlantic and the Northeast. We've got a split flow. There's energy in the northern stream. There's energy in the southern stream. That's the problematic one for the places that we were just talking about because it lifts some of that buoyant air, that warmth, that moisture from the Gulf. But as these combine or phase over the eastern part of the country, it's just one big dig in the jet stream. Boston folks know about Big Dig. You might be doing that as we move into the early part of next week with some of the snow totals. Big switch up from what we saw with some of the trends yesterday, which had that high pressure kind of asserting everything farther offshore and leaving out this zone. That's been really the only switch up since yesterday. The trend has been toward more snow in those areas, and you'll see
heavy snow for us.
Future radar as we move into the second half of the week.
New York is going to get buried in snow.
Some of the snow into Monday morning.
New York City,
that looks kind of pure.
Connecticut,
it's been a long time
Rhode
since
Island,
we've seen a setup like this. Potent area of low pressure somewhere far enough offshore.
We're all getting hit.
Rain snow line isn't creeping in and destroying all the snow potential. It looks like mostly, if not all, snow. And should it stay that way, these are big numbers that we're talking about, likely double digits, and in some areas, well up into the double digits. I mean, you can see that in through here. This is the 12 to 18 shading. It includes parts of the I-95 corridor right there on the Delaware River. Philly,
I'm up here.
Will be there up into New York.
So we're looking at anywhere between 12
and
to 18 inches
of New England. It felt yesterday like these might be able to run.
Boy.
Feels
who's going to get the 2 feet
now that could be the case.
That would be crazy if somebody gets 2 feet
through the next several days, and you see that reflected in the forecast. Philly and New York, you've got some snow lasting all the way into the early part of next week.
It's snowing right now here. That's wild. That's so cool. We're gonna get a lot of snow, and some places like they're anticipating. Look at this amount: 17.4 inches of. Let me see what's this about here.
I want to bring my colleague, Vanessa Murdoch, into the story here because what are you hearing out there on the streets?
Well, I think there is just a incredible amount.
So much, right?
Excitement.
That's all everybody's talking about.
Exactly. It's almost a little bit too much.
It's too much for right now. Yeah, it is.
All right, because we know there's a lot of uncertainty, so we don't want to nail down the numbers yet. But what I did today is I spent the day with the rest of our First Alert weather team to talk about how we're going to approach this storm moving forward.
When did you first notice something could be producing snow here in the tri-state area?
So I was off.
And you were somewhere warm.
I was somewhere warm.
Perhaps that's where many New Yorkers wish they were right now, following the coldest day of winter to date. But
yeah, it is
First
cold.
Alert weather team, we're right where we want to be.
Really cold today.
I'm excited because I hope we do get a lot of snow, and I don't usually work on weekends. That could change.
Could change depending on just how much snow we ultimately expect. Last time we had more than 6 inches of snow in the park, January of 2022, 8.3 inches fell. And the last time we got more than a foot was in 2021. 17.4 inches fell between January 31st and February 3rd. But to know exactly how much we can expect out of this weekend storm is tricky.
We're still talking about a storm that's days and days away.
Look at the map. Our storm hasn't formed yet. Yes, the models keep spewing valuable information, but it's not consistent.
A couple days ago, the European model had more than a foot of snow. The GFS model, which now says 15, had half of an inch.
Just how much snow we shovel this weekend depends on the track, which keeps shifting.
Just this morning, we noticed that the rain snow line is creeping up closer to the city.
That could mean less snow.
How far out do you feel comfortable making your claim on?
I'm out. When we get the short models, then I'm more confident in that.
The picture becomes much clearer over the next couple of days.
We have to see how the storm develops.
Meteorologist Matthew DeLucia is our weather producer. He'll not just be watching how the storm develops, but what it leaves in its wake.
This is not just a storm for us.
Is it meeting expectations, exceeding, or falling short? Has the track shifted? This information will drive the local forecast on timing and totals.
Take advantage of the time we have before the storm to get ready for the worst.
Yeah,
serious stuff.
All right, so you're going to be so incredibly dangerously cold, and we know there are going to be some travel troubles because this is a massive storm.
You're right, and then there's a bunch of things that we still don't know, and this is 100% dependent upon the track, and that's where we could see that rain snow line develop.
Yes.
You know, we talked about that right before you came to join me out here. The European is now saying no. There could be some rain and some sleet or icing south of the New York City area, and that icing situation. When you look at the storm as like a national picture, it's a huge national story.
Huge problem nationally.
The icing from anywhere from Dallas to Atlanta is going to be enormous out there, and that honestly, gang, that's the most dangerous thing that Mother Nature serves up. That's the big travel problem.
And that could be certainly the national headline coming out of this storm early next week.
Yeah. All right, guys, that's going to do it for us right here. It's all yours.
That's just wild because we're going to get hammered with a lot of snow, like a lot. And we got to keep our eyes on this weekend because, listen, a foot of snow is a good amount. It can cause a lot of travel nightmares. Um, it's been a while since we had that amount of heavy snow come down. Is it something that we're going to be in a cycle like back in 2012 where we had 4 systems come back to back to back to back and dump so much snow on top of us that our cars were buried in snow? I mean, listen, Russia just had a snowstorm and they got anywhere between 7 to 12 feet of snow. 7 to 12 feet of snow. And we're talking about drifts that the snow was as high as the building and people were sledding from their building downwards. It's astonishing how much snow can fall. And what happened to global warming, right? Oh, global warming. I don't know if we're heading in that direction. And plus, the sun is playing a big role and factor in all this, and nobody's really talking about the sun. But we just had experienced a really strong, like, energy coming from the sun. We had an explosion from the sun. Pretty much, solar flares was thrown towards the Earth, and that happened pretty much a few days ago, and we got the effects yesterday. And we got to remember, this is going to enhance the energy in our atmosphere. This is going to enhance the energy within our core. There's going to be possibly a really big earthquake happening soon, and we are going to definitely get a good amount of snow heading our way. And I'm looking forward to it. I mean, shit, a foot of snow. Holy crap. And the thing is, I have an appointment on Monday. How am I going to deal with that? I have 2 appointments on Monday. How am I going to handle? And I don't know if I'm going to have to cancel my appointments. You know, this is a story that's developing by the day. We're at Wednesday right now, so we still got time to watch and see what truly is going to fall and what truly the accumulations is going to be. I'm thinking anywhere between 12 to 18 inches of snow, and that's a foot to a foot and a half. It's a good amount of snow, but you gotta understand. Yeah, you're like, oh, but it's only 12 inches. It's just like this much. Okay, but you gotta understand. Yeah, it's that much of snow, but the drifts of all the wind blowing everywhere can really stack up areas with higher amounts of snow, and it's going to be windy. So there's possibilities that some areas will be dealing with possibly like. I'm not sure if we're gonna get like that severe blizzard type of weather, but we're gonna get close to it because the winds are gonna be up. But you gotta understand the winds have to be consistently, I believe, 30 miles per hour for about 3 hours straight to be classified as a blizzard. Okay, so we're talking about 30-mile per hour winds in a 3 hour time frame with heavy snow coming down. That's where you get wide out. You can't see shit. Everything's just paralyzed. And that's a possibility that can occur here. And it has occurred before, and it will happen again for some areas here up in the Northeast. So I hope everyone that lives up here and lives, I would say, from Northern Carolinas, probably from South Carolina up the coast, North Carolina, Virginia, Delaware. We're going to play geography. Let's do it. Maryland, Jersey, Pennsylvania, New York City, Connecticut, Rhode Island, and Massachusetts. We're going to get hit really hard this weekend. So be ready for that because I wished for it, and now we're all going to get it. So yay for snow. Okay, let's continue because we got more to watch.
Moments ago, we saw President Trump land in Davos live here on the network, where he's prepping to address world leaders with tensions growing over his threat of tariffs in his push for Greenland.
There's the president right there. Our next guest has seen the president's foreign policy at work firsthand. Fox News contributor and former counselor to President Trump, Kellyanne Conway, is already in Davos. She joins us live from Switzerland. It's in the afternoon. Good morning. Good afternoon to you, Kellyanne.
Good morning, Foxy friends. It's great to be here, and we're so happy that President Trump landed and he's ready to address the World Economic Forum.
He is. So do you smell smoke right now? Because we've been hearing that all the European leaders' hair is on fire.
Damn.
Yes, there is fire coming out of their ears as well, Steve. And look, a year ago, the president couldn't come because WEF was exactly the same time as his inauguration, but he did participate by video. And the conversation then was he's going to abandon Ukraine. He's going to abandon Ukraine. He did not abandon Ukraine. He's trying to get a peace deal there, as he has in so many other places. Now the conversation is he's trying to steal and take Greenland by military force. No, he's not. He is showing the world that the U.S. wants to be the leader in making sure this incredible strategic asset, Greenland, is being managed by the U.S. Maybe in our control, a fair and square deal would probably have to pass the Senate, so we have to be careful there. But this whole idea that he's going to do everything through force. Tomorrow he has the peace board. It's not called the force board. It's not called the war board. 35 of the 50 leaders have accepted the invitation because he wants to be the president of peace. But he's going to come here, is going to lay out all the great accomplishments of his first year, economically, domestically, but really internationally. He's gotten $18 trillion for our country in direct foreign investment. He has brought these peace deals. He has done trade deals. He has strengthened NATO, as Secretary General Rutte has said, by compelling all these countries to pay 5% to the common dues. NATO is for the common economic and military defense. So, of course, he should do that. But, of course, the prediction, he's going to destroy NATO. He's going to come in here. But they can't stop talking about him. Trump is always on their mind. I wouldn't say they're suffering from the same stage 5 Trump derangement syndrome as some people in our country, but they have to give him the benefit of the doubt. They need American. Last thing about Greenland, I just want to say, if you look at Greenland, the Arctic shelf has been melting for a while now. There's a lot of infrastructure and important sea routes there. Russia has already spent over $110 million there. How come the same people up in arms that the U.S. may dare want to have Greenland as a strategic asset to help everyone, including Europe, where Ukraine and Greenland are, they don't get up in arms that Russia and China are already there.
Yeah, it's so interesting. They want us to pay for NATO and their security supposedly against the Russians, but then they don't want us to secure Greenland, which would protect them from the Russians. So it makes no sense at all. So one of the things that we've been talking about here on the couch, Kellyanne, is how different this feels, right? From when Joe Biden was in charge, everyone's waiting for President Trump to arrive. It feels like nothing starts until he gets there. You've also told us in the commercial break that a lot of the wokey globalist stuff that they have been pushing, from climate to gender stuff, that all seems very muted this year. Has Trump blown that up too for the World Economic Forum?
I hope he did.
Well, they are all waiting for the star of the show, Donald Trump, and that he's been the big talk of Davos for the several days I've been here, obviously. And to your point, though, Rachel, I think it's an important one. I've noticed that some of these bigger center stage issues are now a footnote, if that at all. People just are not talking as much about climate and ESG and global warming. They're not talking about gender identity. And in fact, right near my hotel, as I walk to the USA House, more on that in a moment, there's a big gender equity, gender equality, women's stand-up house. It looks vacant most times I walk by. That must have been the centerpiece of Davos just a few short years ago. And when President Trump said he was coming to Davos, I had a conversation in the Oval in November, and he said, I'm going to Davos, and I'm one of the people helping with the USA House programming. And he said, what will we do? And I said, that's easy. We'll take all the acronyms, ESG, BLM, CRT, DEI, and we'll replace it with the best acronym, good old-fashioned USA. And that's what we've done with the programming at the USA House. Now, if you look at the program of the World Economic Forum, it still is strewn with some of this, that, and the other, the wokeness, but not the way it was when Biden lit it. Last point, Donald Trump does not suffer from the affliction of the rest of the world looking the other way. He's somebody who's there's those problems, those issues, right? He's got Iran, he has Ukraine, Venezuela. This is a man who's going to help the people in these oppressed countries and always put America first. But while you put America first, you have to shore up the defenses for Europe as well. You have to take out dictators like Maduro, and you have to put people in Cuba and Iran on notice and keep striking these peace deals. And I think 2026 is going to be a great year economically, militarily, and putting America first, but not America alone.
Well, Kellyanne,
beginning with this speech.
The president earlier teased news today. You'll probably hear it before we do. You're in Greenland. I guess it kind of feels like it here this week.
No, she's in Switzerland.
I'm sorry.
She's
Switzerland. You're in Switzerland.
Not yet. Not
it
yet.
feels like the apps
That
here
could be
this week.
arranged.
She's looking at property in Greenland. All right.
Thank you, Kellyanne.
Thank you.
I want to be one of the 56,000 Greenlanders might get a check. If people are going to be moving to Greenland before that happens, watch it.
Absolutely, the world's biggest
True.
island. I'm Steve Ducey.
Would I move to Greenland?
Ainsley Earhart. And click here. to
Good question, right? You know how I have issues with rain, and snow actually makes me feel better. Am I deciding to maybe move to Greenland? Hey, let me tell you, I'll be close to Iceland. It's a short little, and you're right there in Iceland, and I'm pretty sure you could travel by boat from Greenland and Iceland, and it's a short hop and a skip to UK and anywhere in Europe. And Greenland is needed by the United States. It's not, oh my God, we're hungry, we want all this land, and we want to do no. It's mostly for security purposes. It's not, oh, we want to make it a state and no, we want to make it a territory. We want to make it like Puerto Rico. It's a commonwealth, and we support them military wise with the United States equipment. And if anything was to break out between Russia and Europe, at least we will be closer because we will be in Greenland, and our weapons will be in Greenland to, whatever happens, and we can control that area of the world. And I think it's a great idea for Trump and for the United States to go after Greenland and have Greenland under our belts. We have had it under our belts before. I don't know why we gave it back to the Dutch, but the Dutch do not help Greenland at all. They're only, they're supposed to put a certain amount. I think it was like $200 million towards like the military and so forth, and to help Greenland, and all they're giving Greenland is about what it was, 20 million something. It was like a low number, and with that, it's Greenland cannot defend itself if it's under Dutch rule. The Dutch, real quick, they cannot win any war with their forces. They don't have what the United States have. And I think, yes, we should, take over Greenland and, make it in a ways that it's fair for the people and they all get paid. And then with that said, like, would I move to Iceland or not Iceland, Greenland? Iceland. I want to go to Iceland. I want to meet Maggie in Iceland. That's the goal. Hey, Chloe's back. Yeah, Maggie was here earlier. She's not with us right now because she went to bed. She's sleepy. She's she's tired and she's sleepy. But definitely I want to go to Iceland this year. I would like to meet up with Maggie and spend a few days together and go to hot springs together. I really would like to go to Blue Lagoon with Maggie. That's we've been talking about this for a long time. It's been a few years now. I think we need to execute that this year, and we need to go ahead and make this happen and meet up in Iceland and go to the Blue Lagoon so we could get all pampered and taken care of. And I want us to have a great time together. Go look at some, I don't know, volcanoes, and a couple of waterfalls will be beautiful. I think it will be a great experience, and I want that to happen, and it's going to happen. it's gonna happen. I want it to happen. It's going to happen. But other than that, Maggie, sleep tight. Can't wait to see you. It's been a while since I had her come through the channel, and it's nice to see her have a message here on my channel. That's pretty cool. But I am looking forward to that. All right, let's see what else we got here. What else we got here? Oh, we got some more Trump. So let's listen into a little bit of more Trump talk.
And I say that with great respect for Denmark, whose people I love, whose leaders are very good. It's the United States alone that can protect this giant mass of land, this giant piece of ice, develop it and improve it and make it so that it's good for Europe and safe for Europe and good for us. And that's the reason I'm seeking immediate negotiations to once again discuss the acquisition of Greenland by the United States, just as we have acquired many other territories throughout our history, as many of the European nations have. They've acquired, there's nothing wrong with it. Many of them, some went in reverse, actually, if you look. Some had great, vast wealth, great, vast lands all over the world. They went in reverse. They're stuck back where they started. That happens too. But some grow. But this would not be a threat to NATO. This would greatly enhance the security of the entire alliance, the NATO alliance. The United States is treated very unfairly by NATO. I want to tell you that. And when you think about it, nobody can dispute it. We give so much and we get so little in return. And I've been a critic of NATO for many years. And yet I've done more to help NATO than any other president by far, than any other person. You wouldn't have NATO if I didn't get involved in my first term.
Yeah, well, NATO hasn't done anything for none of us. There's more problems with NATO than if we did not have NATO. Let's just be real. What has NATO done for us? A big goose egg. Nothing. They have done nothing for us. They don't help us with anything. They like to take from the American people. They love the taxpayer money from the American people. Oh my God. They love it. That's why they stay in New York, because all they live off of is the taxpayer dime. But have they done anything for this world to progress? Like to progress? No. Radio silence. Nothing to see here. We're just going to take your money and you're going to just suck it up and take it. I don't think so. Homie, don't play that. Not anymore. We ain't playing those stupid games. You had those stupid games with Biden, and Biden, all he knew how to do was eat ice cream and fall asleep majority of the time and spend half of his, probably more than half, at the beach, sleeping at the beach. Thank God we have a real president, and we have a president that actually cares about the people and that is for the people, that was voted by the people. And I am very happy that Trump is back in office. Trust me, I'm so happy. It's such a relief just to have him back in there. All right, let's keep it moving. We got more to watch. Oh, the Benny Show. Let's watch this.
What's up, guys? It's Benny. Remember the consistently red state of Arizona flipping for Joe Biden miraculously in 2020 by just 10,000 votes, and to shock everyone, they called it as quickly as they possibly could, and then they put you in jail if you asked any questions about it. Seemed very shady. Arizona has electronic voting machines.
It looks like Christmas.
And then when you ran a cleaner election, Donald Trump won by hundreds of thousands of votes in 2024, just a few short years later. That's strange. What exactly happened there? That don't make no sense. Maybe we should be asking about the machines that tabulate these votes. And the Trump administration has been asking about those machines. In fact, Tulsi Gabbard straight up said, we're looking into these machines, swapping, switching, and meddling in our vote totals, and we found the evidence of it. Get a load of this.
Us going after this, election integrity being one of them. We have evidence of how these electronic voting systems have been vulnerable to hackers for a very long time and vulnerable to exploitation to manipulate the results of the votes being cast, which further drives forward your mandate to bring about paper ballots across the country so that voters can.
Okay, let me bring it back to me. For my people who've been watching me for a long time and those who rewatch, I truly appreciate you guys so much. How many times I've been saying this? For how many years I've been saying this? And remember when I said a lot of things and YouTube was not appreciative of what I said? And I was shadow banned by YouTube. My channel was never taken away from me, but it was threatened many times. I had many videos taken down by YouTube for speaking the truth about these voting machines, about the elections, and how corrupt it is and how it's easily to be manipulated. Anything you connect to the internet is easily manipulated. Okay. And those voting machines are connected to the internet. So within the feeds, you can manipulate it. And that's what happened. And I got in trouble with YouTube. I was put in timeout for talking about this. I was in YouTube timeout. They put my show on timeout for 2 weeks. 2 weeks, I could not film anything because of this election fraud and all this bullshit that I talked about on YouTube. And yet YouTube censored me. YouTube took down a lot of my videos. And not only that, I was like in timeout for 2 weeks. My channel was never taken away from me, but I do know friends that had their channels taken down because they spoke the truth, just like I did. But for some reason, they didn't take me down. I kept moving forward. I just kind of skirted away from it, but I knew that deep in my heart, I knew the truth. And I expressed the truth, and I was censored. And now, all these years later, look, I was right all along. Crazy, right? All right, let's go back to Benny.
And have faith in the integrity of our elections.
The electronic voting machines that are used in Arizona and are created with software in Venezuela.
Anything connected to the internet
aren't
can be
accurate
manipulated
and can affect the results of elections. Well, President Trump has been on a rampage explaining that now that Nicolas Maduro is in captivity in America here, they black bagged him, that we now have all the evidence we need about the massive voter fraud that stole the election. And President Trump said this at the White House multiple times yesterday. This reporter asked this question
in New York to get some answers on Venezuela's involvement with the 2020 election.
No, I don't think I would be doing that. I think my lawyers would be very happy. But, yeah, they've learned some things. Please.
Trump says, I'm not allowed to speak with Nicolas Maduro when he's in jail in New York, but we've learned quite a few things. Now, what are some of the things that they've learned? Alex Jones, his initial response and reaction to this was, well, we're going to learn everything from Nicolas Maduro because the entire axis of evil in our country and around the world ran through Venezuela.
Are they going to now have Maduro expose Pelosi and the Democrats and the Clintons and the Bushes for the drug dealing they've been involved in? I wouldn't hold your breath with the prosecutors, but definitely Trump is ending the U.S. sanctioning and laundering the money and supporting it and the election fraud. Because it's not Venezuela and China running it. It's the CIA deep state through China, through Venezuela and Cuba doing it. So Cuba's in deep trouble. Mexico and Scheinbaum, its operations in trouble. Their mothership, Venezuela, that had all this incredible budget and all this incredible money, not for its people, but for control, that's gone.
Is it going to happen? Because President Trump just went to the Davos global elites and decided to once again announce that, yes, the elections are rigged and that we have all of the evidence we need to prosecute people. This is even more than what he said yesterday at the White House when President Trump went scorched earth as well against election fraud, saying that they've found everyone who did it. Trump says
I'm uploading the first video
soon.
of my
It
hits.
was a
There's
rigged
3
election. Of course, he said
videos.
this at
3
Davos
hits coming
in
soon.
front of some of the people that probably rigged the election, or at
I'm
least,
uploading the
at the very
video
least,
now.
paid for it. Right? George Soros's heir was in the room, as is Gavin Newsom, the likely candidate in 2028. So here's Trump.
Think of it, a giant ocean. It's a war that should have never started, and it wouldn't have started if the 2020 U.S. presidential election weren't rigged. It was a rigged election. Everybody knows
And
that.
I got
They
so in
found out.
trouble on YouTube,
People
man.
will soon be prosecuted for what they did. It's probably breaking news, but it should be. It was a rigged election. Can't have rigged elections. You need strong borders, strong elections, and ideally a good press. I always say it. Strong borders, strong elections, free, fair elections, and a fair media. The media is terrible. It's very crooked. It's very biased, terrible. But someday it'll straighten out because it's losing all credibility. Think of it. When I went in a landslide, a giant landslide, won all 7 swing states, won the popular vote, won everything.
I'm telling you,
And they
I
only get
said
negative
that, and I
press.
got so in
That means
trouble.
it has no credibility. And if they're going to get credibility,
get
they're
my
going to have to
videos
be
back.
fair. So you need a fair press. But you also need those other elements. And I inherited a terrible, terrible situation. If you look, the border was open. The inflation was raging. Everything was bad with the United States.
It was a rigged election. Prosecutions soon for
I
what
am justified.
they did. President Trump, making news at Davos, announces
said
prosecutions
this
coming
a long
soon
time ago.
for the stolen 2020 election.
I've been saying this for years.
People will soon be prosecuted.
I got in trouble.
It was a rigged election, he says. Goodness gracious. Prosecutions.
I freaking talked
And
about this,
he
and I got
will
censored.
acquire Greenland.
All because of the fucking Biden administration that tried to
Maybe
fuck
we can
me
put a
over.
new political prison in Greenland, right? Like maybe that could be the new Guantanamo Bay
so right.
for people.
I'm a good
who
psychic.
engaged.
I am
in
very good. I am
traitorous
so
acts
fucking good.
against our nation, right?
I am
President
so
Trump.
good.
It was a rigged election. Everyone knows that. We caught them. We caught them. This is Trump yesterday saying the same thing again. So cocksure. Trump was always talking about rigged elections, but he was never saying we caught them. We have all the evidence. There's going to be prosecution soon. Only after the Maduro black bag incident did Trump speak like this.
It's a rigged election. Everybody knows that now. And by the way, numbers are coming out that show it even more plainly. We caught him. We caught him. Give the worst president in the history of our country.
caught
A
him.
man that didn't win the election, by the way, it's a rigged election. Everybody knows that now. And by the way, numbers are coming out that show it even more plainly. We caught him. We caught him.
Such certitude, obviously, something that Donald Trump doesn't lack. But after all of the evidence that we've displayed on this channel, after every election fraud story that we've had, does it all come to this? That Maduro was sort of the hub of election theft. Well, many independent journalists have noted this, and many phone calls that we've had with various people involved, this Emerald Robinson thread is a good one, say that yes, in fact, Nicolas Maduro is one of those guys that just knows exactly how this software operated. And that part of the reason why Trump keeps posting videos on Truth Social about Venezuelan software companies stealing elections is because now he's got his star witness. And that Maduro's wife was taken also by the special forces. Why would you do that? Unless you're going to use that for leverage. And that's why Trump can go and walk in front of the world and say exactly this. Prosecution's coming over 2020 election.
Oh, I can't
That's why Trump can
wait.
say it right here, live on
I'm
Fox
gonna
News,
cry
live at the World Economic
when-
Forum in Switzerland, live in front of the world. Because he's got the guy. What do you think? Let me know in the comment section. It's your boy Benny. Like, share, and subscribe. See
I am I'm mad. I'm going through a lot of emotions, right? Because it's my birthday, and go shorty, it's your birthday. I'm like, no, 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 no. I'm just really upset because like when those elections happen, and I felt the energy flip. I felt something weird happen, and I specified it so much on my channel to the point that I even had to take down that video. I had to take down that video because it was just the energy was so fucked up. YouTube was coming down heavy on me, and they were telling me to take down the video or they're gonna suspend me. And I was threatened by YouTube. Okay, I had to play the nice guy to not get my channel taken down, and I had to alter what I said and have to feel censored and censored what I truly felt because of YouTube, and to be justified and to be like, you were right, Rick. You were always right. You were right from the beginning. You were always right. And the fact that like now I feel vindicated. It's on my birthday. I'm gonna put that video back up. I'm gonna go back to my archives and all my videos that were taken down. I'm gonna put it back up. And if YouTube comes after me, I will go to Washington. I will speak to my congressman, whoever in the Senate. I'll even get in touch with Tyson, and we'll figure something out, and we'll sue fucking YouTube for the censorship that they did to us in the Biden years. None of us should have been censored. Not only my channel, it's not only me. There was thousands upon thousands of channels that were taken down because they spoke the truth, and we were censored, and yet they don't be held accountable. This what we're doing. This is not easy. That we're taking time out of our lives, which is the most precious, the most expensive, more than money. Your time costs more than money. Money is just a piece of paper. That paper is going to stay here. You're not. You're limited. Your time on earth is limited. And never again will I let any corporation like YouTube ever censor me. Mark my words. I will sue. I will sue YouTube. All I have to do is call my attorney and say, "Listen, I think I got a good one here," and I'll get the money. And I know YouTube is a big corporation, big balls, big everything. But guess what? I've never ever got into X or Twitter before, right? I don't have an account with them or nothing. This would draw me into making an account. And my first tweet, X, whatever you want to call, I would make it straight to Elon Musk. And I would tell him, can you please help me? Can you please help me sue YouTube for censorship during the Biden years? I would truly appreciate it if we could win against these oligarchs and these assholes that censored us those 4 years. That will be my first tweet to Elon Musk. And I don't get into all these apps and all these programs and all this stuff. I very limited in what I program myself with, especially when it comes to social media. Okay. The only thing that I dabble in is YouTube, Discord, and that's about it. I don't have any other messengers. I don't have any tiki-takis. I don't have any X's. I don't have any those WhatsApp, what's up, whatever you want to call it. I don't dabble in that. You want to get a hold of me? You get a hold of me on Discord. My Mind Over Your Matter. subscribe. That's the easiest way to get in contact with me. Very fast, like instant reaction. But I never got into the X stuff, and I know other people have, and other people they on that all the time, and that's great for them, you know. And they do get news, they get everything pretty rapid. That's great, but I'm very old school. I'll go through YouTube and I'll hustle through YouTube and find the information through there. I really don't get into much with like other social medias. You know, it's just my brain is not as normal as other people's brains. Yeah, I do have a TBI, which is a traumatic brain injury that I sustained back in 2011. That broke my neck, and lucky to be alive today. And I'm very like I can't put too much in my head because it's not good for me. Like I get overwhelmed, and it really cripples me. That's why I don't really push myself as hard as I should, or pretty much sell myself. I just don't. You know, either people listen or people don't. I don't mind either way. You know, I would love people to listen because at least they're hearing my thoughts and they're trying to relate. And you know, and if people come onto the show with me, as I have with others that have come onto the show before, I get into communications and I'm very talkative, especially when I have like guests like Tyson De La Cruz. Yeah, Tyson De La Cruz. He has over 135,000 subscribers. 135, I think. Let me check. It changes by the day. That man's on fire. I'm telling you, I know. I was just talking to him right now over on Discord. He wished me a happy birthday and thank you, Tyson De La Cruz. That was really cool of you and nice of you there on Discord. I truly wonder how many. I know you're over 130 something easy. Let me see, Tyson. Let's see his channel. He has. Yep, I was right. Look, without even looking, 135,000 subscribers. My man's on fire. He's like, and I want him to go to the moon. Like, I see his channel exploding. I see him doing so much good. And I hope people, I hope people give him more of a chance. I want him to see 1 million. I want him to reach 1 million subscribers. That would be so awesome. Would I see the day he reached 1 million? I don't know. I don't know if I would be able to, if I would be alive when that happens. And I hope I am. I really would like to see him reach 1 million subscribers, but he is capable of, and I believe in him. And if I didn't, he would not be in my channel every Thursday. Think about that. All right, so let's go ahead and go on to the next video of the night. I think this one's going to be pretty entertaining because this is Melody King. So let's watch a little bit of Melody King and let's enjoy.
Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent roast Gavin Newsom at the World Economic Forum. Guys, you got to take a listen to this. If you didn't see my last video, Trump is roasting everyone. Like, no one is safe. And I have more of it in this video.
I uploaded one video
to Mr.
of 3.
I think it's very, very ironic that Governor Newsom, who strikes me as Patrick Bateman meets Sparkle Beach Ken, may be the only Californian who knows less about economics than Kamala Harris. He's here this week with his billionaire sugar daddy, Alex Soros.
Whoa.
And the Davos is the perfect place for a man who, when everyone else is on lockdown,
When he was having people arrested for going to church, he was having $1,000 a night meals at the French Laundry. And I'm sure the California people won't forget that. And I can tell my message to Governor Newsom is the Trump administration is coming to California. We are going to crack down on waste, fraud, and abuse. And I was told he was asked to give a speech on his signature policies, but he's not speaking because what have his economic policies brought? Outward migration from California, a gigantic budget deficit, the largest homeless population in America, and the poor folks in the Palisades who had their homes burned down. He is here hobnobbing with the global elite while his California citizens are still homeless. Shame on him. He is too smug, too self-absorbed, and too economically illiterate to know anything.
Woo! Oh my God.
Let me know if you need any further clarification.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Excuse him. What? I did not. I didn't know.
Wow.
What? Our Treasury Secretary was coming with the heat like that, but he's not lying. He's not lying. Billions in fraud have been found and tied directly to Gavin Newsom. But speaking of his sugar daddy, this is Alex Soros posting this. Great catching up with the real star of the 2026 World Economic Forum, my friend Gavin Newsom. So glad he's here calling out world leaders for believing appeasement works when it comes to Trump. It doesn't. It only emboldens him to become more chaotic and destructive. World leaders should take a page out of Newsom's playbook. What? It's time to stand tall, stand firm, and stand united before it's too late. Look at this.
That is wild.
This is the most
look at this shit.
effeminate. This is what they want. This is what they want right here. They want Gavin Newsom. I mean, why is his hand on his hip? Anyway, speaking of Gavin Newsom, he's over there, I mean, throwing a complete fit. I got to pull this up. Where is Gavin Newsom? So yesterday, he decided he's so upset because no one's standing up to Trump. Listen to this, and then I got more.
Do you have a message for Europeans who are concerned about the messages from the White House around Greenland this week?
Yeah, it's time to buck up. It's time to get serious and stop being complicit. It's time to stand tall and firm, have a backbone. It's I've seen this in the United States, the supine Congress playing both sides. Say one thing on a text or a tweet, another
You don't even know what
publicly.
to say.
It's time to have principles. It's time to stand tall and strong.
Does that
This guy doesn't know what he's
stand
saying.
united. You make that determination. I don't make that determination.
But when you say standing tall, what do you mean?
Just I can't take this complicity. People rolling over. I should have brought a bunch of knee pads for all the world leaders. I mean, handing out.
Oh my
crowns,
God.
I mean, this is pathetic. Nobel
Oh my
Prizes
God.
are being given away. I mean, it's just pathetic. And I hope people understand how pathetic they look on the world stage. I mean, this from an American perspective, it's embarrassing.
So what should Europe be doing?
You should decide. The Europeans should decide for themselves what to do. But one thing they can't do is what they've been doing, and they've been playing. This guy is playing folks for fools.
What?
And it's embarrassing.
This guy's an idiot.
Diplomacy, and this will ultimately
This is
work.
diplomacy with Donald Trump. He's a T-Rex. You mate with him, or he devours you. One or the
What?
other.
And Europe's being
people
devoured?
need to stand. No, the Europeans could be if they continue to go down this path.
What?
Did he say he's a T-Rex and you either mate with him or you get devoured? And it's like he could barely speak. I don't know if he's
not even
been
speaking.
drinking or what. But
Yeah.
understand, this is a United States politician, a governor, a man
Oh,
who wants
Lord.
to run for president.
Why is he
and
there?
He is advocating for Europe.
He's a
over
governor.
America.
Why is he
What
there?
you just saw. I mean, it's treasonous. He wants
Yeah.
the world to stand up to the United States to push back so that America gets less. This is what we're dealing with, folks. But he didn't stop there, guys. I got so much more. This is a mess. A hot ghetto mess. I'm sorry. It just says the man is what? Okay. Americans are speculating Gavin Newsom is on something in Davos after Trump's speech, unable to speak coherently, darting his eyes all over the room and erupting in rage.
Speech. You were obviously named by President Trump during that speech.
Yeah.
What was your reaction to what he had to say about you?
None. I think he said something very different last night. I didn't hear new scum. I heard new green scam. But I mean, come on, it was remarkably boring. It was remarkably insignificant. He was never going to invade Greenland. It was never real. So that was always a fake. And so he says, well, we should negotiate. Well, everybody here has been willing to negotiate for a year. So it had fire and fury, signified absolutely nothing. Even by Trump standards, I was rather curious. And there was boorish parts of it, but those were not even that consequential, including name checking people he likes, people he didn't like. So, I just, honestly, it was just, I was a little disappointed. It was a little nonplussed.
Did it stand out to you that he said Iceland multiple times when he was talking about Greenland?
I don't even. It's just. It's just weird because this was him during Trump's
Greenland, Iceland. I said the same thing too.
He just looked so uncomfortable. He actually didn't even say anything bad about Newsom. He tried to, help him keep some dignity there, even though Newsom is on a tear.
There's no attention for him.
Why is he there anyways? Are not standing up to America,
Why is
his
Newsom
country.
there?
And number two, psychologically,
He's the governor of California. Why is he there? He's out of place.
Which is a large piece of ice in the middle of the ocean.
That's what the Democrats are trying to do. They're trying to force their way back
will
again.
take place on that piece of ice.
That's why they have this puppet
Those
there.
missiles would be flying
That's
right
what he
over the
is.
center of that piece of ice. All we want from Denmark for national and international security and to keep our very energetic and dangerous potential enemies at bay is this land on which we're going to build the greatest golden dome ever built. We're building a golden dome that's going.
I don't even know. I don't know the point of him even being there. But speaking of more people that try to come out tough, I played in the last video. Mark Carney, the Prime Minister of Canada, said that they were going to defend Greenland militarily against the U.S. if the U.S. decides to take Greenland. Canada barely has a military. We are their military. We are essentially their military. They're not even a Boy Scout troop compared to the U.S. No one, and I mean no one, no country has the technology or the military capability of the United States. I don't even know why they're trying to be cute about it. But he wanted to act tough about the U.S. But this is what President Trump had to say about that.
Going to be defending Canada. Canada gets freebies from us, by the way. They should be grateful also, but they're not. I watched your prime minister yesterday. He wasn't so grateful. But they should be grateful to us. Canada lives because of the United States. Remember that, Mark, the next time you make your statements. Going to be defending Canada.
Child, this thing is spicy. Trump is on a roll, guys. I don't know what's happening. It's wild. There's some crazy stuff coming out of this, but I will say Trump has come in there like a raging bull, and everyone just seems scared, terrified. They don't want to upset him. The people are speaking out. He absolutely demolishes them. This reminds me very much when he was running in 2016, 2015, that era when he was on the stage and just laying waste to people. He has been doing that in just one speech, let alone what else he's going to do. But let's listen to him now. He's talking about, it says, President Trump is calling out the stupid people who support wind energy at Davos.
Windmills all over Europe. There are windmills all over the place, and they are losers. One thing is that the more windmills a country has, the more money that country loses and the worse that country is doing. China makes almost all of the windmills. And yet I haven't been able to find any wind farms in China. Did you ever think of that? It's a good way of looking at it. They're smart. China's very smart. They make them, they sell them for a fortune. They sell them to the stupid people that buy them, but they don't use them themselves. They put up a couple of big wind farms, but they don't use them. They just put them up to show people what they could look like. They don't spin. They don't do anything. They use a thing called coal mostly. But China goes with the coal. They go with oil and gas. They're starting to look at nuclear windmills all over Europe.
Ciao.
Wow.
And that was also, I mean, I showed you in the last one how he roasted Macron because Macron was saying that they're now going to work with China and all these other things. He tried to call out Trump. He's up there with these sunglasses on. It looks like he was been adrenochrome. You know, I'm not going to say certain things as he has that eye. I think we're going to have to do a whole video on it because it's wild how they all get these black eyes or these red eyes. We know these people are demonic, but now listen to Trump. He's going to take aim at Europe now as a whole.
But it's happened very quickly. This afternoon, I want to discuss how we've achieved this economic miracle, how we intend to raise living standards for our citizens to levels never seen before, and perhaps how you too and the places where you come from can do much better by following what we're doing, because certain places in Europe are not even recognizable, frankly, anymore. They're not recognizable. And we can argue about it, but there's no argument. Friends come back from different places. I don't want to insult anybody and say, I don't recognize it. And that's not in a positive way. That's in a very negative way. And I love Europe, and I want to see Europe go good, but it's not heading in the right direction. But it's happened very quickly. This afternoon, I want to discuss how we've achieved this economic.
And it continues, guys. It continues. Like I said, Trump is really the highlight there, and they are all scared. I said, none of them are going to do anything against the U.S. They don't have the power to. They rely on the U.S. They talk tough, but there's nothing they can do, essentially. But I believe this is moving us towards a if I say one world, I'm probably going to get the Wikipedia thing below, but maybe not if I don't say the full thing. But understand the military might, the economic power of the U.S., this is what it is. And I don't know what new alliances are going to come or what's going to happen, but understand that we have never seen anything like this ever from a president. And it's a wonder to watch. I'm actually enjoying seeing these people get completely humiliated.
Since I got this mask,
and just destroyed. Because like I said, I don't know if I said this video or the last one, like most of these European leaders and all of them, they're very effeminate.
I don't want to talk over you, girl. You got a little bit more to go, and you're doing a great job. And I love your reporting. I love your channel. My God, I do. And I feel like she's another millionaire. She's definitely gonna be that. She's gonna be hot in the future. Her news, she's gonna have over 1 million subscribers. Also, Melody King, you're like a rocket ship. You're going straight to the top. I love your reporting. You're funny naturally. You're great personality. I don't think you'll ever see this, but if you do, girl, keep doing what you're doing because you're doing great. And I am a psychic medium, so yeah. Even though I'm covering the news right now because not many people come through here, so might as well cover the news. I'm going to entertain myself one way or another. And some people will watch, and some people will listen, and some won't. That's okay. But I uploaded the first video of the Pokemon hits. So if you want to take a quick look at that, go and look at it. I'm putting video number 2 up right now. It's loading right now. And the second one, I'll give you a hint. It's a big hit. It's the card that, if it comes out of PS10, is worth $165. Easy. The high on that card is up to $250 at a PSA 10. So I got a great hit on my second pull on my birthday. And I am so happy. I am so happy because that's not for me. It's a birthday energy happiness for me. Yes, I absorb that energy, but my niece is going to love this when she gets older because she's going to go back and watch this video and she's going to be like, wow, my uncle pulled a really cool, beautiful card on his birthday and he's giving it to me in the future. We're talking about 13. Well, she's 4 now. She's going to be 5. So about 13 years from now, 13 in a couple of months, she'll be turning 18 and she will be, I see her with a brand new car. I don't know if it's going to be new. It's going to be close to new, semi-new, because, you know, she got to earn that new car. She can't just give her and then, you know, I know she's going to be responsible. I have a good feeling about her. She's going to be a little sass, but I got some remedy for that jazz. Okay, so don't play with Uncle Rick because I'll put you in your place in a heartbeat. But other than that, she's gonna be great. I'm always gonna look after her no matter what. Because that is, I don't have no kids. I'm not planning on having any kids. I would not want to bring them here. Hell to the no. Not what I went through and what other people are going through. Why I want to put a child through this? You know, other people, that's great. You want to expand, that's fine. My sister did. She ended up with my beautiful niece, and I think that's one and done, and that's great. And if my niece decides to spawn, you know, then the genes continue on. And I could see my niece having 4 kids. I'm just saying it right now. She's gonna come back and watch. She's like, "Oh my god, let me see my uncle's birthday," and listen to the show. And then she's gonna reach 1 hour and 24 minutes and 30 seconds and be like, "What the fuck? He fucking predicted me having 4 kids," and looking down at the 4 kids. Oh Lord, that's funny. That's funny. But I just see it, you know. And I hope she's doing good as she's watching this. Older, you know, she's older and she has her shit together and she's good, you know. She comes back and watch because I'm probably not alive, so she's watching. It's like, oh my god, look at my Uncle Rick. He's talking about me on his birthday. Yeah, she sang me happy birthday today. I think I could put the sound. I'm not going to show you the video because I'm not going to show you her. But you can hear her sing me happy birthday. Let me see if I could have put it up here. Give me 1 second. Let me see if I got this. Got to do some little maneuvering here. Let me see. Let's see. Oh, yeah, here it is. Let me see if I have the volume up. Yeah.
Birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Uncle Ray. Happy birthday to you. I love you.
It puts a tear in my eye, you know? It does. And it's just fucked up that my head is so fucked up, you know? It's just that the accident really scrambled my head. I do the show and I try to focus on the show, and I've been doing good with the show and focusing on the show. But when I'm off of this, my head is kind of like all over the place at times. And family's been just a very stressful situation, you know, mentally for me, because I can't like move on without addressing the past, you know, and correcting the past because of and it happened in the hospital when I pretty much died and came back to life. And I was in a coma. And I woke up. I wasn't supposed to wake up from my coma, but I woke up from my coma. And everything from there was just like I was in the upside down. Everything's just like ass backwards. And I need some answers, you know? And we're gonna have like a trial. We're like, oh shit, Rick's putting his family up in court. Like not in court. I'm not suing them or anything like that. And it's like people's court. It's like just to get answers, you know, and because it was one fucking crazy event that I went through. And ever since I have like died and came back, because that's what happened. I died. They tried to resuscitate me. They hit me with 2 epidurals and shocked me 2 times, I believe. I think it was like 2 or 3 times they shocked me. But they did hit me with 2 epidurals. The first one didn't work. The second one worked. I was listening to everything when it was happening. Everything. I heard everything. But I was dead. And I heard everything. Like I heard even the nurse that was taking care of me, her kind of like crying, saying that he told me that something was going to happen. I went into that surgery worried. I felt negative. I didn't feel something was right. I felt something was going to happen. And I let the nurse know before the surgery. And she was telling the doctor that they were frightened, like they were trying to save my life, that I told her that he wasn't comfortable with this. He felt something was going to happen to him. And look, that's what she said. And they're fighting. I have someone on top of me give me chest compressions, you know. But until you experience that, you wouldn't know. And I'm definitely in the upside down. And I got my mask here. This is my voodoo mask, my third eye mask. And ever since I got this mask, everything has just been wide open. Things have been like starting to happen how it's supposed to. And I'm looking at things happening on a daily basis ever since I got this mask. I swear to you, watch the show. Go back and watch, and you'll see the difference, like, of the news and how everything's just like, holy shit. Like, everything is just happening. And it's so nice to see, you know, common sense winning against Gavin Newsom. Why Gavin Newsom is at that event? Why is he there? He's just a mayor. He's nothing. He's just a mayor of California. He has no business being there. And why was he with the Soros? Why was he with Soros? Taking a picture, standing all like a little peacock with a little hair gel. I'm gonna slick it back. Little peacock. He's there throwing his weight like he has power. Who has he been talking to make him think that he has any power or any real power? You're just a governor. And you know what? I want to see that fucking match between Donald Trump and that fucking idiot Gavin Newsom. Kamala, stand over there. This is not your fight, girl. Trump is going to eat Gavin Newsom alive. And I hope Trump runs for a third presidency because you know what? He was cheated in 2020. And YouTube, come after me, bitch. I dare you, YouTube. Oh, I dare you this time. Take my show down on my birthday. I guarantee you I'll have Elon Musk. I'll have his money. I'll have his attorney. And I will sue the fuck out of you, YouTube. AKA Google. Play with me. Fuck around and find out. That's the years that we're in. The MAGA years. But I'll tell you right now, make accountability great again. That's the real message. America has always been great. It doesn't matter if we had a punk asses as president during the past few years. You know, we had the biggest garbage of the world, Biden. We survived Obama. We survived Clinton. That fucking lied to us, everybody's face. I did not have sex. Was it sexual relations with that lady? Whatever. And then a couple of weeks later, oh, I did have sex with her. Fuck. And then we're supposed to believe a leader that lies? Only the truth will set you free. You want to continue with the bullshit? Okay. We're seeing one of the biggest moments of our life happen right in front of us. And people don't pay attention to it. People are too busy. They're like working ants. They're busy. They're all over the place. They're doing their things. I'm on my birthday. This is my birthday. And I'm doing a show, talking the truth. I don't need to be out there. Been there, done that. Why put myself out there? I'm safe at home. I'm good. I'm smoking my medicine. I'm having a good time. I opened a couple of packs, hit a couple of cards. I'm happy. I have accumulated over close to, I would say, almost like $300 and something in 3 cards tonight. And those cards are only going to go up in the future. You know, I'm excited for 14 years from now, where these prices are going to be like really nice. And this could be used for my niece's future. So, and I still have this. Let me get it. I'm back. Kill me. This is the ultimate premium collection. This right here is my Pokemon box. This is my Charizard box that I picked up. Is my Mega Charizard EX Ultra Premium Collection box. And it comes with very cool promos that is worth, these 2 promos alone graded at a 10 trumps the value of this box. Alone, just the promos. And if you get any hits in here, that's pretty much bonus. Okay? I'm looking at it as an investment, right? Okay, so in cards, I've known cards for a long time because I grew up like collecting cards. and I grew up collecting cards at a very young age where I had someone, my mom's friend, taught me about collecting cards and the value of holding on and someday your cards be valuable. I was taught that at a very young age. You know, I took a break from collecting. I took a long break for collecting. But now it's kind of like a hobby for me. I'm getting back into it. And I'm getting my box. But not just one, but 2 motherfucking boxes. Because it's my birthday. That's why. I'm like, oh my God. You got two for the people that watch me on YouTube that are starting to discover me. Hello, my name is Rick. I got my receipt here too. I got my receipt. I'll just leave it in the box. I'll leave it right there. 2 boxes for me. That's over 36 packs. Because they come with 18 packs. So it's like 36 packs. And I'm sure to hit something. But the thing is, I got 2 promos that I could send in to get graded. Actually, 4 promos in total to send in to get graded. And it's like the value. It covers the value of the box, literally. Just the promos. So I see it as a no-lose situation. You don't lose. When you see a good investment, you see something good, you go after it. I've given many advices here in my channel. They're not here now, and I hope they're living a great life. I hope they took my advice when I said at that time, years ago, we're talking about, oh my God, years ago, that a lady spoke to me and she asked me for my advice because I was doing a lot of psychic work at that time. I was doing a lot of tarot readings. Oh my God. I was doing so much tarot readings. I was really into it. I kind of slowed down on it because my head could only take so much. And a lot of people I just don't talk to much anymore because my head could only take so much. But I was really good at my psychic work. And I told this lady, I was like, if I was you, I would invest in gold and just put your money in gold. And we're talking about before Trump. We're talking about this was like, my God, this was in the Obama years. Like, I told her, invest in gold, put everything in gold. And I truly hope she took my advice because she would be absolutely rich right now. And she wanted to put her whole retirement, she was thinking about it, and I told her put it in gold. And I hope she took my advice. It's just memories that I have from other shows because I think about other shows that I've done because I've done like over 900 shows, like 900 something shows. I know it says 900, probably like 90, 91 videos, but a lot of those videos are shorts. And I don't like that they count the shorts towards like regular videos that you upload. They just put it all together. I think that's stupid. That should be separated. Like your videos, subscribers and your short subscribers, that should be separated and paid separate. But it is what it is, YouTube. I take it, listen. If you don't, oh well. But just my mind gets overloaded sometimes just thinking about like a lot of the past because it's just I've been through so much, and I took breaks from the show before because I get overwhelmed. I had to step away for a while, and I did. I couldn't take it after a while. It's just I had to like cut everybody off and just like because it was just too much. And then I would hear these sounds in my head because I constantly hear sounds in my head. Every day is it's the static sound, and it's very loud in my head, and it's from the brain. I tell you, I had a traumatic brain injury, and not only that, but I died and came back too. So there's a lot of shit that I've gone through, a lot of different stages of death that I've gone through, and I'm still here. And I'm celebrating a 46th, like my 46th birthday. 46. Fuck. That's a lot. that's a lot. I thought 45 was a lot. 46 feels heavier. And I'm not ranking all the oldies. I have seniors and I have older friends that watch my show. Maggie, I love you. You could adopt me, Maggie. I would be the best son. Like, I'll put your sons in place. I think all I need to do is bring my tarot cards and be like, they're like, oh my god. And I'll have my holy water. I'll be here with my tarot deck and holy water. And I'll splash it all over them. And be like, get in fucking place. Stop acting stupid. Oh man. But I love Maggie. And then I have Chloe here, and then I have Albie, he comes and goes. And I know he does. He don't have to lie. I have others that come and go, and that's fine. That's why like a lot of people that are not here with me, they're going on in their lives and they're doing their thing. But best believe that they came through here, and they ran through here, and now their lives are much better. Prove me wrong. Their lives are much better. They're doing better. Some people are still stuck in place. That's because they stay stuck, because that's the choice that they made for themselves, and they're going to be stuck in their place, But there's a lot of people that have progressed. Oh my God, they had kids. There was one girl that was she was my first show. Like, what's her name? Anna. That was my first ever show I ever did. And if you go back and watch that show is like the most realist show you'll ever see about me. And we had stopped talking, me and that girl, for some reason, but I told her what she needed to hear. And I told her life was going to get better. She was going to have kids. She was going to have a future. And sure enough, she found her husband where? Here. They were talking in other spaces, but their love was found here. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. I'll be waiting. And if you want a link to the show, all you got to do is subscribe in my Discord. Yep. But those are thoughts that I always have in my head. There's like so many things that just fly through. That's the way the brain works. And that sound, it's like someone has left the TV on back in the 80s and 70s, and that static sound of like it's the sound is off. Like there's no sound coming like it's the sound that's coming from the system being on. It's a static sound. But it's that buzzing sound. I don't know. Help me. Anyone born in the 70s, 80s, my oldies, even from back in the days with your black and whites, y'all could participate too. Trust me, I love seniors. I do. My good friends are older than me. Like all the people that I know that are really cool are much older than me. Holy shit. I'm like, damn, but you look great. I always tell them, they're like, yeah, we're so old, and no. So yeah, but you look great. Oh, thank you. You, like turn their frown upside down, like that. But yeah, I know a lot of people that are older than me, and I'm just more severe pain than they are. I know they go through their pains and aches, but my God, mine's is very metallic here, very alien right here with a 2-level fusion, and then having back pains like hell is like formed in my back, and it's just not letting loose. That affects my leg and my knee. My knee has been driving me crazy. My left knee. Thank God my right is fine. That right knee has been repaired back in the days, and that knee is really good. Thank God. Knock on wood. It's all good. But the left knee, that's a fucking different story. That's the never ending story. The left knee. Oh my God. I need to go in for an MRI on the left knee and have a specialist figure it out and then go through the surgery, because the sooner I could get that repaired, I would like to get it done like sometime at the end of June, so I could recover before winter and be okay for the winter time. It does take about 6 months to recover from, like 6 to 8 months, depending on some cases. I think with my case will probably be around 6-7 months, and that's fine. I could take that time to recuperate and really get back into it. It's going to be very painful. I know. I thinking about it now, it's just giving me flashbacks. Not good. PTSD sucks. That's why I smoke marijuana, and I'm very talkative. That's why I had to do a show, because I got to release this energy. I can't just keep this shit to myself. That doesn't make sense. Like, why am I going to keep all that energy? That's selfish. Say, yeah, but you're blowing our ears off. I was like, I know. I'm sorry, but you guys enjoy it. I hope. You know, I don't get really any reviews, so I wouldn't know. But it's okay. We should keep on with the news, right? Because we were on that. So this oh God, back to Gavin Newsom. We were having a time. I'd rather talk about me. Fuck it, it's my birthday, right? Fuck Gavin Newsom. Is that Rick's on fire? You can best believe I love fire. I love fire. I love lightning. The thunder really scares me, but I love the lightning and the crackle. I remember in Florida growing up as a kid. I can reminisce. If you see my shorts, you would have seen my baby picture. Too bad I can't play here because I have copyrighted music. And I can't play that here. But you see my baby picture at the end. I decided to post it to the world so the world can see the baby me. In that picture, I was 1 year old. I was actually less than 1 year old. And I was pretty big, and I was already walking. Like, I started walking, I believe, when I was 10 months. I think it was like 10, like, I don't think 9 to 10 months I started walking. I started early. Like, I remember when I was crawling, like, I remember when I was a baby. That's crazy, right? How you can remember shit. Like, I remember when I was a baby and I would crawl on the floor, and I would crawl pretty quick. And I would climb up on this, there was this table, right? And it had on each corner, it had like, it was red. It was like red, like pillars, and it had a glass top on it. And on the bottom had like a red rug on it. It was pretty like 70s, 80s type of fucking furniture. You gotta remember, they were just going into the 80s from the 70s, so it was really 70s furniture. So, but I remember climbing that, and I used to get in between inside, and my mom always pulled me out from underneath the table because I was putting myself in there. And they would give me stuff to keep busy. I remember a lot of things from when I was a kid. Oh my God. It's like wide open. I see everything. Like, I can astral project to that time frame and then just look around and see everything. That's my mind it works that way. It's very unique. But damn, we gotta go back to Gavin Newsom. Oh, it's like torture. Why is he there anyways? It doesn't make any sense. He's not a president. He's not even a candidate. Like, this is a fast pass again, like what they did with Kamala. Like they fast passed her. They're like, no convention, no vote, no nothing. Just skip, go, and run for presidency. That's what they're trying to do with Gavin Newsom, because why is he there? And why is he with the Soros and taking pictures and buddy and then trying to talk negative against Trump in front of other reporters from around the world, and really not controlled with his speak. Like he was all over the place. He didn't sound confident at all. He sounded like he was like pulling the shit out of his ass. The train of truth is here. The train of truth. I always tell you, when they hear that train sound, it's very truthful when I'm speaking. The train of truth is here. Oh my God, that's so cool. Gavin Newsom, why? Why are you the devil that wants to take away from the good? Like, why bring that negative energy? Because he looks so devilish. Like, if you put horns, you put little horns, make him horny with a tail, he's a little demon. He's a little devil. He is a devil. And he wants to be our president. And he tried to make himself relevant today. All he did was made himself look like a fool, out of place, and having some kind of like issue. He couldn't stay still. He was just looking around like, what the fuck is wrong with him? Like, if you felt that uncomfortable, then why the fuck are you there? You're the governor of California. You're not the king of California. You're not. You're really nothing. And yet you try to make yourself relevant. The train of truth never lies. All right, guys, let's continue watching this. It's like a wreck. It's like an accident that that was going to happen. Well, it's happening now in front of our eyes, and that's the Gavin Newsom effect. So let's go ahead and continue watching Melody King here.
Men, they're very, very weak. The countries are weak. They rely on us. It's just there are a bunch of weirdos running these countries, a bunch of Satanists and globalists who are just absolutely delusional in their thinking that they can do anything to the US. And it really has been an unfair deal to the United States for since forever. We have always paid the bill for these people, and no other president has stood up for the United States. But let's continue.
With that, I don't know, it was so because she was so aggressive. And I realized in that conversation that the United States is keeping the whole world afloat. Many places, I could give you 6, 7 places just in the people in this little area. I know every one of them. They're looking down. They don't want to see me. They don't want to stare me in the eyes. But they're taking advantage of, everybody took advantage of the United States. But I've been very fair, and I gave them a tariff, and it was fine. But I realized that without us, it's not Switzerland anymore. Without us, it's not any of the countries that are represented here. And we want to work with the countries. We want to work with them. We're not looking to destroy them. With that, I don't know, it was so because she was so aggressive. And
I can't. I just want to bring you these highlights because this is, ooh, child. They were not ready for this.
And then after the war, which we won it big. Without us, right now, you'd all be speaking German and a little Japanese, perhaps. And then after the war, which we won.
He said that they will all be speaking German if we had not, guys, if we had not stepped in. He's not lying. He's not lying about any of this. it's fascinating how he is just able to go in there like a wrecking ball and destroy all of these people. And I have a video coming up I want to do. Let me pull this up for you guys. I have a video coming up on just some of the other outrageous things that's been happening there. These globalists, what they've been talking about, what they want to happen, and all these other things. I still believe, but this is the thing. This is where I'm at a crossroads, because I'm like, we are still headed towards their agenda. We are still headed towards the World Economic Forum's agenda. Digital ID, that is all them that have pushed that. The digital currency, AI running everything, the meat, all these things. Bill Gates is there. He's announced that now this AI and healthcare thing. So it's just like, I'm not really sure which way to look, but I think it's supposed to be a lot of confusion. I think it's supposed to be a lot of chaos, but it's still going to happen. We are still seeing those nearly 20 laws that are going to censor speech here in America and essentially force you to get digital ID that Lindsey Graham said they want wrapped up by February. I brought you the video where Israel and Netanyahu are outraged about the Board of Peace because the executive board has Turkey and Qatar on it. And they're basically saying, Israel and Netanyahu is saying, we're doing Trump a favor. He has to do what we say. So right now, I don't know what is for show or what is, really going to happen. So what I have to look at is policy. What am I seeing in the policies that are coming out? Okay. And how we are still part of everything that is going on with the WEF, with these globalists. So it's just a matter of, I'm not sure where we're going to land. But again, I think if you look at policy, that's always going to be your best bet. Now, this is him talking about, he talked about the election being rigged. He's talking about the UK, their energy policy. I mean, he was just, laying, like I said, laying waste to pretty much everyone and everything there.
And electricity prices are 64% higher. The United Kingdom produces just 1/3 of the total energy from all sources that it did in 1999. Think of that, 1/3. And they're sitting on top of the North Sea, one of the greatest reserves anywhere in the world, but they don't use it. And that's one reason why their energy has reached catastrophically low levels with equally high prices. High prices, very low levels. Think of that, 1/3. And you're sitting on top of the North Sea. And they like to say, well, that's depleted. It's not depleted. It's got 500 years. They haven't even found the oil. The North Sea is incredible. They don't let anybody drill. Environmentally, they don't let them drill. They make it impossible for the oil companies to go. They take 92% of the revenues. Can do. I want Europe to do great. I want UK to do great. They're sitting on one of the greatest energy sources in the world, and they don't use it. In fact, their electricity prices have soared all over Europe. There are windmills all over the place, and they are losers. One thing I've noticed is that the more windmills a country has, the more money that country loses, and the worse that country is doing. China makes almost all of the windmills.
So I played that part about China, but he is just, I am just like, but then also I want to take you back to Scott Bessent. I want you to listen to what he said.
And just to be clear, that we have Europe buying Russian oil still 4 years later, they are financing the war against themselves. And just to be clear.
So let me read is because they're buying Russian oil still 4 years later during this war, the Russian and Ukraine war, they are literally funding the war against themselves. It's absolute lunacy, the things that are happening internationally that make no sense. And this is why I said Europe is falling. Europe will fail. Europe is going to have to tie themselves. If they try to separate themselves from the US, they're going to have to tie themselves most likely to, they absolutely hate Russia, but yet they're buying their oil. They're dependent on them. And no matter how they feel about Russia, they're going to have to tie themselves to Russia if they're not with the US. They're not going to be able to tie themselves to China because China does not have the oil supply. Everyone is getting their oil from Russia and other places, but they don't have the infrastructure. They don't have the military. They don't have the economic power. Absolutely nothing. So I think this is setting a stage for what we see established. Trump posted that map, okay, where we are going to have Canada. Right now, they're voting in Alberta to separate and annex from Canada and become part of the U.S. Then there's going to be a deal made with Greenland. We already have Venezuela. We're looking into Colombia, all of the Caribbean, and Mexico. Okay. So that map is going to happen sooner or later. But the moves, if you see, it's almost like a rush. All of these things are happening at once because why? We are getting in position for this new world order. We're getting in position for what is to come. And strong arming Europe is one of the key things that has to take place in order for us to get to that point. So guys, let me know what you think. I will continue to bring you more information. Like I said, I have some of the outrageous things saying that AI will replace religion, will replace the Bible. This is what is being said by other people at Davos. Like I said, it is pure evil over there. I want us to be completely separated from them, and I want to believe that we are, but again, we are enacting the same policies that they have. We are enacting them here. And digital ID is the main one that you need to look at. But anyway, like I said, leave a comment, make sure you subscribe, hit the notification bell, and I will see you very shortly.
Yeah, like super shortly. May she's such a great like everything she does as far as like her reporting and how she conducts herself and how well put together she is. I really like her. I like her energy, her flow, like how she captured the attention. It's really cool. It's really good. I really think she's one of those ones that will reach 1 million subscribers. I have faith in her. I truly have faith in Tyson. I truly believe he will get there. He will. All right, let's see what else we got to watch here. What is this about? I don't even know what this is about. All right, let's watch together, see what the hell this is about.
Should have been to go like this if he was really afraid. Your job as a police officer is to de-escalate.
A split second.
No, he had no.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
She was not working with you.
You're arguing right now. You're arguing.
Because watch the video. He was not in.
This video showing a heated confrontation inside a Minnesota classroom is going viral after being posted by libs of TikTok. The clip, filmed by an unidentified Becker High School student, shows a teacher identified as Dr. Heather Abramson angrily clashing with a student over the death of anti-ICE protester Renee Nicole Good, before she mocks his intelligence for supporting the ICE officer who shot Good.
Yeah, just because you're alive doesn't mean you are intelligent.
Someone says she got shot, but it's a split. You have a split second.
Yeah.
The outburst sparks chatter among other students, one of whom can be heard asking the subject, "You just gonna take that, man? She just called you stupid," before the clip ends.
She needs to be
Schools have
removed.
not yet responded to requests for comment, as the video
I think
continues to circulate
schools
online.
need to be
Abramson,
neutral
a
when
32-year-old
it comes to
educator with a
politics.
doctorate in social studies curriculum, has previously been outspoken on political issues within her district. In 2022, during a school board meeting where state LGBT advocacy group Outfront Minnesota raised issues it wanted addressed at Becker schools, Abramson was sent into a tizzy when officials decided it would be only fair to also hear from a group with opposing views. Good's death has divided the nation and caused nationwide protests, with anti-ICE agitators swarming federal agents.
No, but
causing
that's
chaos
peaceful
in
though.
Minneapolis.
Wait a minute. No, this is peaceful. What you're looking at your lying eyes. You have fallen for your lying eyes. All you saw there was peaceful. Everything was peaceful. That guy hitting the car with the baseball bat and breaking the windshield, that was a very peaceful reaction. That's what you guys got. You got a lot of peace. I'm not the delusional one. I am not delusional. And neither are you. People that are watching this right now, you guys watching, the ones that are rewatching, you're not delusional. You are not the problem. The problem runs deep. And a lot of people have been manipulated. And you know what manipulated them? The almighty dollar. They sold themselves to the devil. Sad, right? So sad. All right, let's keep it moving. I got a couple of more videos for us to watch. It's my birthday, and I get to do what I want, and I want to watch some news.
Governor Hochul has proposed a record $260 billion election year
What the fuck? 200 what?
budget designed to improve affordability and manage dramatic cuts in federal aid without raising taxes.
That's a tall order if I've ever heard one. Political reporter Marcia Kramer here now to break it all down. Marcia.
Well, Justin, KJ, I just hope that Governor Hochul is good at tap dancing, because it's going to take more than the effortless grace of Fred Astaire to emerge from negotiations with the legislature and the tax-the-rich, hungry mayor of New York City without giving in or going after the wealthy.
Looking at this budget as a whole, you can see that it reflects discipline, momentum, and ambition.
For Kathy Hochul, the discipline
Kathy Hochul needs to be like, she should not be governor.
And that's why she said,
once again, there are no income
This
taxes.
is going crazy.
Notice she said income taxes.
Yeah, my
She
sisters
does
are going
support
crazy with all that money. Look at that.
But to fend off the tax-the-rich mantra from Mayor Mamdani and left of center progressives in the legislature, her budget points out that city and state taxes make New York City the tax champion of the universe. New York's 10.9% personal income tax rate is the third highest in the nation. New York City's combined city and state personal income tax rate of 14.8% is number one in the nation. Making New York more affordable, safer, and consumer-friendly is the governor's number one goal. She's eliminating taxes on the first $25,000 of income from tips, reducing child care costs with child care for 2-year-olds in New York City, and extending 3K to the communities, extending the Second Avenue subway west to Broadway, reimagining Jamaica Station, and spending $35 million to eliminate hate crimes. All this while coping with billions of dollars in costs to health care and poverty programs in Washington.
The newest, most unpredictable challenge is something very different. Direct attacks on states by the Trump administration.
The governor will also have to deal with pressure from her protege, Mayor Mamdani, who wants to enact the affordability agenda he promised while facing a $12 billion budget gap. He says he wants a bigger share of the state pie and higher taxes, saying, quote, "It is time to ask New York City's wealthiest and large corporations to pay their fair share, while also working toward a fiscal relationship with the state that better reflects New York City's status as the economic engine of the state." Now, Nassau County Executive Bruce Blakeman, Hochul's Republican challenger, charged that the budget doubles down on the policies that have made the state unaffordable. Blakeman said, and I quote, "This budget does nothing to help everyday New Yorkers pay their bills. There's no income relief, no property tax relief, no utility cost relief, nothing that helps families and seniors keep up with the rising cost of living."
Wow.
Yeah, it sounds like it will be, Marcia. Thank you for that update.
And that's coming from CBS. That's coming from CBS. What the hell? New York is like the tax state capital of the world. Like they're gonna tax the living shit out of the rich. Yeah. If you think you're in the medium class, like you guys in the low class, you think you're not gonna get taxed hard? Wait, you're gonna see something and you're gonna be like, what the fuck? Everyone's gonna be shocked in the amount of taxes they're gonna have to pay in New York. That people are gonna just want to leave New York. And I don't think they should leave. I think they should stay and suffer. You know what I mean? Because you voted for that. And now That's what you get. But I truly believe, this is what I believe. This is allegedly. I got to say that because I believe the voting machines need to be audited. They need to be checked. They need to be audited. They need to cross-check the people that went in to vote to the people where they live and make sure that they're proper voters. We need an audit because I truly believe a lot of people voted in different locations in New York City. A lot. And that's what pushed Mandani to become mayor of New York City. I truly believe it. I feel the energy. I feel the manipulation of the system. And they put this into place. And now we got a little area of the United States that is going to be suffering for the next 4 years. And I truly hope it doesn't. And I truly hope that audit comes quick so that way we could take Mandani out of mayorship out of New York City. Because I'll tell you right now, I don't see him doing well. I see New York City suffering and the people complaining and bitching and nothing ever going to get resolved. And the fact that's the financial capital of the world, are you kidding me? And you got this ding kid out of nowhere to become mayor of New York? Okay. Let's go back to some more weather. Let's see what's going on here and what's going to be happening this weekend. We're going to get a foot of snow. That's what it's going to become. It's going to become Frozen, the real life movie. Let's watch.
Take you to some of the areas that have been on the watchful eye for this storm over the last couple of days or so. Central Plains have been one of those places that we need to watch. So here's what we know at this hour. This monster storm, well, it stretches more than 2,000 miles, and it's set to threaten more than 35 states. Ice and snow, they may cripple travel. We have widespread snow from the plains all the way out to the mid-Atlantic and eventually even into the Northeast. Now, we all have to watch for the power outages. That's going to be a growing concern in real time as the storm gets underway. We're watching closely because this is such a massive storm that can impact so many different people in so many different ways. We've almost categorized it in chapters because really things start off into the latter half of our Thursday going into Friday across the South. The Central Plains are going to feel that burn too with this low pressure system that's going to ride out of the Southwest, push into the atmospheric conditions that may lead to some freezing ice for areas like Texas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, back towards, say, Tennessee. We have winter storm watches. They're up across the board right now, primarily well into the end of the weekend. This really doesn't get started until about Friday, but the cold air really initiates the start of this storm, and that happens into tomorrow. So when we look at how things are going to play out, if you're along, say, the I-40 corridor, I-70 corridor, you're likely seeing snow and heavy snow at that. If you're a little bit farther to the south, say an area like Dallas or across parts of Texas, I think you have a better chance of seeing light snow met with more heavier ice. That's going to be the case in an area like Dallas or, say, Wichita Falls, where sleet is going to set up shop. Freezing rain is going to be a big issue. Texas is on board with this. Fox Weather actually spoke earlier with the emergency management coordinator in Waco, Texas, on what they're doing to avoid any major disasters. Take a listen.
Well, we've taken great care in the lead up to the storm to make sure that we are coordinating both with City of Waco and McLennan County partners, along with people out in the private sector and also our NGO partners to make sure that we are as prepared as we can be, that we've moved resources into place, that we have taken preparatory actions on buildings, on infrastructure. We want to make absolutely certain that we're doing everything we can to make sure that we're as prepared as we can be before the weather sets in.
And it's only right. I mean, we've seen this kind of play out in the past. We have winter weather alerts, extreme cold watches that are in place too through the end of the weekend, because not only do we see that ice kind of set up, that freezing rain set the stage for crippling ice, but then we have temperatures that really stick around below freezing through the end of the weekend behind this, if you will, going into Sunday. These are a look at some of the differences in temperatures compared to our highs and where we should be for this time of the year. A lot of places topping out in the mid-20s, mid-30s, well below where they typically would be for this time of the year. Now I want to head to chapter 2 of all of this. That's the southeast that gets in on some of these impacts as we get into the latter half of the weekend. We have crippling ice as a big concern. South Carolina has already declared a state of emergency for this winter storm. So everyone is getting prepared days in advance for the impacts that are set to move through. This is all in part to that high pressure system that's just cranking out Arctic air from the north. That is setting the stage for areas across the south, the southern plains, to continuously see an opportunity for freezing rain rather than all snow. We have a little bit of warmth that's overriding this cold air. So in those areas that actually see the cold air maybe at the surface, but warmer air aloft, we see significant freezing rain as a result. And that's what leads to ice as all that cold air freezes over that freezing rain. This is a look at the forecast for the southeast. Notice that temperatures are in the 20s, maybe mid 30s, some areas even like Charleston in the 40s at the surface. But what that means is that there's this increasing opportunity for significant ice because those temperatures at the surface are at the freezing mark. But you head up a little bit higher in elevation, we have that warm air aloft that's overriding the cold air. So that means a part of your atmosphere actually maybe melts any type of snowflake that maybe forms here. It's rain here, and then that freezing rain at the surface. So we see that happening in our temperature profile. And that's what makes this a very tricky forecast, but also a very tricky scenario for folks that live across the southeast. There's two parts that we're watching where we could see the thickest ice accretion. That's back across, say, the Arklatex moving into northern Mississippi, but also across the Carolinas as well. We have Raleigh, the I-95 corridor, the I-40 corridor, Charlotte, down to about Atlanta, that could see some really thick ice out of this, and that could lead to some power outages. You put it all together, it may start as rain at the surface where temperatures are still a bit warm into Friday evening. Cold air comes crashing in, working in tandem with the precip that's working in from the west, and that's going to lead to that freezing rain in those areas highlighted in that pink, actually leading to some ice when all is said and done. All right, we're on the last stop. This is the Mid-Atlantic, but this actually is a very crucial part of the story too. Washington, D.C., New York City, both areas have a good chance of seeing the biggest snowstorm in years for folks along the I-95 corridor. It has been a while since we've seen, say, totals like this playing out across parts of the region. The reason being is that we still have this cold air in place. Here's some of the key questions that we're still watching with this overall winter storm setup. One of which is how north does this south disturbance get, and does a new coastal low form? Those two are going to be equally as important in this part of the story. We have two areas or two, say, pulses of energy that we're watching. They get caught up in the jet stream. They become one stronger pulse. And as it pulls across parts of the northeast, we have a good chance of seeing some heavier snow right along the I-95 corridor. These totals have been increasing. We have been watching things play out with our models time in and time out as the runs are coming through. The uncertainty really lies in that low pressure system that we were watching. If we look at this one here, this is a look at the snow forecast compared to who sees the greatest snow. There's a good opportunity that parts of the I-95 corridor and even parts of, say, New England could see several inches, if not feet of snow. Anywhere that you see that darker shading of purple, that's elevation based, except for New Jersey. But there's more than 10 states that could experience a foot of some snow.
My area.
A couple of watches that are in place for those areas that may see it. Virginia, West Virginia, Kentucky.
Big.
This is where we could see the storm kind of emerging late Saturday into early Sunday, and then through the day on Sunday, likely into Monday as well. It's been a while since we've seen this. It's been a while since we've worked on a storm like this. So if you're in Boston, the last time you've seen at least a foot of snow, you have to take it back to 2022. Washington, D.C. actually is coming up on a decade, almost year to date, of seeing at least 17 inches of snow. So that's a huge, to kind of wrap your mind around in an area like DC, Boston, not so much a couple of years ago. But here's how this likely will play out. We just low right up really close to the East Coast. That allows for snow to really stick around most of Saturday evening into Sunday, more so Sunday. I think Sunday is going to be a big snow day heading into early Monday. Notice that by the time we get into Monday evening, this does try to clear out across the region. We'll watch it closely,
hopefully
fine-tune those totals for us.
Hopefully Monday evening, but that's going to be a lot of snow. We're talking about feet. All right, we're skipping the inches, especially in my area. We're skipping the inches. We're going straight to feet. Are we getting 1 foot, 1 foot and a half, or 2 feet of snow. 2 feet of snow would be super paralyzing. Like super paralyzing. That's a headache. That's a real big headache. And that will be in the news for a while. It's not compared to what happened in Russia, because like the Russia snow, it killed like 2 people. Like it was so much snow. Oh my God. I can't take that vision out of my head. That was so much. And then the way the people were just sledding down like between the buildings, like, okay, why are you zooming in? There you go. It wanted me to zoom in, but the sledding between the buildings was amazing. And they got 7 to 12 feet of snow. Probably in some areas, like 15 feet of snow. And that's not talking about the drifts, because the drifts could load that snow to the side of the building and the snow could be as high as the building. All that is snow. That's wild. You imagine the stress on the homes that are out there with all that snow on top of their homes. I hope people are getting up and removing that. It's hard because the snow is leveling out with the size of the homes. So it's like it's so unique times, Everything's happening and happening for a reason. And it's like I have to witness everything and we're all witnessing it together. It's amazing, but how fast everything is going. What is this? I don't know. What is this? We're going to watch this together. I don't know what this is about. What is that about? Did somebody get shot? I don't even know what this story is about. We're going to check this out in a second. Let me just do a little housekeeping here. Okay. I think this is something worth to watch. So I'm just going to add this as a +1. So I am adding a +1 to the show. Let me move this back. Let me just do a little housekeeping. Housekeeping. Okay, we can move this back a little bit. Let me see if this is a good setup. Okay. All right. I think this is a good setup. Okay. Let me see if there's anything breaking. Like, Rick, you're adding more to the show? Yeah. I gotta take my medicine before I forget. That had me forget to take my medicine. Are you kidding me? I gotta take my medicine. I'm getting old, man. I'm 46, and I have to take these medicines because if I don't, I can have problems. And I don't want problems, so I have to depend on fucking pharmaceuticals, and that sucks, right? But if I don't take this, I'll be in trouble. I don't want to be in trouble. I want to be a good boy. I've always been a good boy. Been through a lot of shit. I've been through a lot. Holy God. I've been through so much, even with the paranormal and the spirits and all that stuff. And I was able to, when I was little, I used to see ghosts all the time. I used to see spirits all the time. And a lot of shit happened to me in the past that I talked about on this show. I'm not going to reminisce on it because I've talked about it so much, but it's hidden within my show because I've done over 900 shows. So, yeah. But you can see the subscription count is very low. It's because I did that on purpose because I manifested it that way. Because I always said, I don't want to like explode the channel, but I would like the people to listen, to get the message and people get to hear me. But I don't want to be over like national and oh my God, I have to sit next to Trump and let him know like certain decisions to make. Like No, I'm not gonna be that jester. I mean, I can be, but damn, that would be fucking cool. If Trump calls me and say, "Hey, what do you feel about this?" Like, oh my god, that's an honor. I'll freak out. I would freak out. All right, let's see what we got. All right, let's see what's this about.
A Morrisania mother says her family is being terrorized by a neighbor. News
What?
12's Jonathan Calixto spoke with a concerned mom who says that she feels hopeless and scared.
Hell no. What?
Video shows the terrifying knocks at Araceli's apartment door. In Spanish, her 8-year-old son, scared for his family's life, says she's going to come in. The aftermath of those knocks are broken pieces Araceli now holds in her hands.
God.
The mother of 4 says the banging at her 3rd floor apartment is happening every day and is coming from a new neighbor. She says she was insulting me, knocking on my door, and I thought it would be the only time it would happen. Araceli asked us to hide her face, scared for her family's safety.
Nosotros no podemos ni caminar.
She says we can't even walk in our home.
citizens of the
I can't
United
even
States?
clean because she starts to bang downstairs. The mother's nightmare worsened when her family woke up to banging on the children's bedroom window.
What?
She says, I was scared she would break the window and come in. Police are continuing their investigation, but right now have not made any arrests. The latest incident damaging Araceli's door earlier this month left her so shaken, she started making changes to how her children play to keep them safe and keep the peace.
Yo los abrazo.
She says, I hug them and tell them let's paint, but we can't make any noise. The dents on Araceli's apartment door are just a reminder of the fear her family has been living in for the last 3 months. She tells me she wants out of this building, but management tells her they are going to fix it. In Morrisania, Jonathan Calixto, News 12, the Bronx.
Okay, that's the Bronx. Okay, and the Bronx is crazy. What is this? Oh, we're gonna have to watch this. Oh Lord. We're gonna definitely have to watch this. Man, there's so much news. Like everyone's asking, please just stop. Family mourns 9-year-old killed in high-speed chase. High-speed chase? All right, we're definitely gonna have to see this one. That's an add-on, and this is another add-on. So we're just gonna pause it right here. It's gonna make me nice and big, so that way I can set everything up. We're gonna add a couple of more to the show. I think it's worth watching. I don't know what the situation is with a lot of these people and what the hell they're doing, but the one from the Bronx, the lady with the kids, I wonder, is she legal? It doesn't matter. I mean, yes, it does in a sense. I feel for her. I feel her fear. No one, it doesn't matter if you're legal or not, shouldn't have to be going through that type of fear, especially hitting the windows and doors and fucking breaking the door. Like, oh, I would. Okay, bitch, do that to my door. Oh, do that to my door. Cause bitch, the next thing that's gonna come out when I open that motherfucking door is gonna be boiling hot water. And you're gonna scream like Michael Jackson, okay? You're gonna be like, and then you're gonna be running like a fucking little bitch, okay? Because I swear to God, I will burn the fuck out of you. Don't get it twisted. Knock on that door like that again, I'll break your motherfucking head. Like, I'll throw the pan with the water over your head. It'll burn the fuck out of you, and you'll have a big ass fucking knot in your head from the impact of the fucking pan hitting your head. Don't get it twisted. I listen. I spent many years in the Bronx. Okay, I have family that lives in the Bronx. I spent many summers in the Bronx. I have stories from the Bronx that like very spooky with the ghost stories. When I saw the little boy in the fire escape, and yeah. That was in the Bronx, and I mentioned that story so many times on the show. I just don't know where it's located, but if you ever find it, enjoy watching it, because It's a true story. And it's crazy. People in the Bronx are crazy, and I know a lot of immigrants have moved into the Bronx, and a lot of them in some places are not welcome, and they will harass and do what they do, like how that person did to that door. Like I said, if it would have been me, I would have had my child. I would have told him, listen, when I say open the door, open the door. I would have had that boiling pot of water, and I swear to God, it would have had like 3rd, 4th degree burns. And that's how they will learn their lesson. That's the only way they will learn their lesson. They'll never do it again. I guarantee you that. I guarantee you that. Play with me. hit my door like that. I know so many people are thinking the same thing I'm thinking. Bitch, I wish you would. Bitch, I wish you would. The next thing you're gonna see is heaven. And you're gonna look around and it's all clouds, and the gates of heaven is there. And the next thing you know, Jesus is kicking you down back to hell. He's like, Jesus is gonna get the foot. He's gonna like, bitch, kick your ass right back to hell. No! There you go. You come back as a bug. Oh no. All right, let's see what else we got to watch. All right. This one is okay. Let's start off with this one because this one caught my attention. So let's see what it's about.
A Gwinnett County family is mourning a 19-year-old killed in a crash during a police chase where they say she begged the driver to stop. This video shows the scene right after the crash. Channel 2 Gwinnett County Bureau Chief Matt Johnson live now at the jail. And Matt, they say that driver had plenty of chances to let the passengers out.
And that accused driver was a stranger to the victim, according to her family. They say that she joined a friend for a night out, ended up in the car, and now her family is left in grief and stunned.
How the hell did they get in a car with a stranger?
Nevaeh was 19. She didn't even get a chance to live her life.
Nevaeh McGowan's sister says the 19-year-old went to keep a friend company and got in a car with a stranger. That's when she says she died right after begging the driver to stop as he led police on a chase that ended in a crash on Scenic Highway in Lawrenceville.
How can you not stop the vehicle? You took Nevaeh's life.
Around 2:30 in the morning, investigators say 19-year-old Quintavious Martin sped away from Snellville police during a traffic stop. Nevaeh and 2 other teen passengers were inside.
Everybody in the car was asking, please just stop the car.
Police say that he didn't. The car hit a median, then slammed into a mailbox in a utility pole in Lawrenceville near Moon Road before flipping several times.
They all took their seatbelts off because they were all just saying like, hey, if the car stops, we have to get out of this man's car at this point.
2 passengers survived with serious injuries. Nevaeh died at the scene. Her sister says she was an aspiring hairstylist, saving for her first car and apartment.
She was just beautiful all around.
The accused driver remains in jail, facing 3 felonies, including weapons charges. Now the family wants young people to think twice before getting in a car.
Please, 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 watch who you get in the vehicle with.
Yeah. Hello. I don't even trust the Uber driver.
Remains here in jail without bond. Police say he also tried to run away from the scene that injured 2 and killed 1 teenager. We put some information on how to help Nevaeh's family on our website at WSBTV.com. Live in Gwinnett County, Matt Johnson, Channel 2 Action.
Oh my God. That is crazy. What a crazy story. Oh my God. That's just this. Listen. All right, I gotta see this story. I'm sorry, I'm just being distracted. But this is a 2-year-old, and this leads up to a story of mine. Let me hit pause here for a second. We're gonna watch this one, Child Left Behind. That actually reminds me of a story that happened to me. I was about the same grade, 7 years old. I was 7 years old. I was in the 2nd grade, and we had a private bus that would transport me from school to home, right? Now, this private bus had other individuals that were going to be dropped off. For some reason, I was super tired. I was sitting in the back row and I fell asleep. I fell asleep on the bench while the driver took all the kids and dropped them off. When I woke up alone in the bus. I didn't know where I was at. I was stuck inside the bus and like I didn't even know what to do, to the point that like someone saw me and then notified like the driver, like the person, and then she came out and she was like, "Oh my god." Like she started freaking out. And then she quickly drove me home. My parents were freaking the fuck out. Like it was the worst experience. Like, and then like it was just the weirdest shit, man, that I've gone through in my life. That's a story that my mom, my dad, they're gonna freak out. It's like, how the fuck do you remember that? Like, hello, traumatic things that I went through a lot in my life. And that happened to me. I was left behind in a private bus, a small bus. It was like it had like 4 rows, and they were like kind of like sofa sitting. Like it was like the rows. It wasn't like single sitting. It was like you could fit like 3 or 4 kids per seat and stuff. And she used to have like about 10 to 12 kids up in that bus. And it was a private bus that would just take you and take everyone to their homes and then drop them off at their homes. Well, I was one that got left behind. All right. True story. But let's check out this little boy's story that got left behind at school, I believe. Let's check it out. I don't know. I just saw the story here. It says second grader wakes up alone in school, walks home. Wow. Let's check this out.
A mother says no one has been able to explain to her how her second grader was left in a classroom asleep and then missed his bus. The boy says he woke up confused and just started home. Tom Jones, live down road.
Atlanta.
An officer,
Clay County.
and he also asked for help.
He did, George. Oliver Stillwell says he was walking right here on the way home from school when he flagged down that officer. He says before that, his class was told to rest their heads before school let out. He says that's when he fell asleep and woke up in class all alone.
Oh, my God.
The lights were off and the door was open.
7-year-old Oliver Stillwell says he woke up to find the lights off and his
that happened to me.
classroom empty at Suter Elementary Tuesday. He says he fell asleep in class right before dismissal.
I don't know why they didn't wake me up. My teacher could have waked me up.
He says the buses were gone. So he set off
I
for
know that
home
feeling.
about 20 to 25 minutes away on foot. Were you worried about the traffic coming?
Oh no, I was on the sidewalk. I wasn't on the road because I don't want to get ran over.
He waved for an officer to stop and
The
help.
kid is
I told
so.
him, hey, can you help me out to get back home?
The officer interrupted a call he was headed to drop the second grader off at home. His mother had wondered why he wasn't there. When the officer told her where he found Oliver, she was livid.
And I was like, why is he walking on Lake Jericho Road?
Lindsay Barrett went to the school. She says his teacher says Oliver was sent to another classroom to prepare for dismissal.
So they called the other teacher in, and she said that she never even seen Oliver that day.
Barrett says there's no way her child should have been left in a class while everyone left. And she says someone should have noticed he wasn't on the bus.
It's taking everything for me to stay calm.
Yeah, like roll call.
Yes. And all I get is, I'm sorry.
Riding in a cop car is something Oliver won't soon forget.
I was picked up right here, like right here.
Wow.
Barrett says she has tried to
Oliver's very
contact the
smart.
school district to find out how this happened and how to make sure it doesn't happen again, but she says she hasn't heard from anyone. I reached out to the school district. A spokesperson told me he has shared my questions about this incident with leadership for possible feedback. We're live in Clayton County in Jonesboro. Tom Jones, Channel 2 Action.
What the fuck does that mean? I think the person that didn't wake up this little boy should be fucking fired. Like, that's inexcusable. Are you kidding me? I mean, it happened to me. It happened to me. And I remember the fear that I had inside of me when I woke up and I was like, I'm stuck in this bus and nobody's here. And no, they didn't take me home. The bus driver saw me go into the bus, and yet I was sleeping in the back seat, and she didn't even check the seats. She didn't even check to see if there was anybody laying down or sleeping, which I was. True story. True story. And I know that little kid's feeling because I went through the same shit. I went through the same shit with my mother, with my family when I got left in the bus. And what a horrible feeling. I know what that little boy feels like. And he's very smart. He's well put together. He was like, yeah, right here. Right here is when, when the police officer picked me up. I was like, that little boy has a future. I'm telling you, he's going to be very successful. Mark my words. And yeah, that's just wild. All right, let's keep it moving because what is this about? Oh, Lord. Okay, who's into the Friday the 13th movies? I watch sometimes Friday the 13th, and I'll watch the Freddy Kruegers, and I seen the Freddy's Back, whatever, the one with Jason versus Freddy type of thing, and you know, Jason is known for the machete, that he comes after people with the machete and he kills people with the machete and stuff like that. So let's take a look at the story because he's no Jason, but he's a madman trying to hurt people with a machete. And I believe this is out in California. Okay. I'm trying to set up the story and I hope I'm doing a good job. It's probably not the best, but at least it's good. And let's watch the story.
It started as a normal day here at the laundromat in Pomona, and then it turned into chaos, and all of it captured on video.
I think that he was on drugs, highly erratic, very aggressive.
Armed with a machete, this man storms into Super Wash and Dry on Fairplex Drive in Pomona on Saturday morning, yelling at the owner's 16-year-old son.
He was just saying a lot of, I think it was like F the West Side or something like that.
The armed intruder appears enraged, targeting the teenager because he's wearing a red 49ers jersey.
Well, he did point out to my son when he kind of turned the corner here and he told him to get that red shirt off.
Oh, I have a red background. Is he going to come after me? I wish a motherfucker would.
With a machete inside the laundromat, making threats and swinging the weapon.
I had a couple customers on that side locking the building, and then
I would have put him to sleep.
This side of the building,
He would have
so
gone
I
to
had
sleep.
hold those doors shut. And
Maybe a
so
permanent
he
sleep.
came up to the door and continued on with the same rhetoric from before about the red, since I had a red hat on at the time, and decided to take a swing at the window.
What
the
the
glass
hell?
shatters, and he continues ranting, then makes what appears to be gang signs before finally walking away.
What the
It was
fuck?
very crazy. It's very
Yo,
scary.
they spit.
But then again, people are like,
Yo, that's
stressed out,
DNA right
Lord
there.
knows why on the
Where that
street.
spit
By
was.
Tuesday afternoon, Pomona police are back
I hope
at
the
Super
police did
Wash and
their
Dry,
investigation.
downloading security video to help identify
Oh,
the suspect.
yo, they can
To
see
me,
who
that
he
was nothing
is.
but drugs.
I think that's more than drugs, Bobby.
The man has not been arrested. If you recognize him, contact the Pomona Police Department. Marla, absolutely crazy. Just so thankful that no customers and that young man weren't hurt.
Yeah, and it's really scary to think that he's still out there. Hopefully he is apprehended soon.
Yo, you're in danger, lady. You're wearing red. Okay. Wasn't he attacking people with red? Like the one in the background here, she's wearing red back here. And then this one here, girl, your life is in danger. You're wearing red. Out of all the colors you could show up to this place, did not give you like a heads up that the guy who's swinging a machete really doesn't like the color red? Red is my favorite color. I have it in the background, and you can see when it splits, it's red with the snowflakes because we're still getting snow. So that background's gonna stay until there's no more snow. fall here in the good old state of Connecticut. But why would she go red? Why is she wearing red in the story? The guy's out there. He's probably watching her. He's like, oh, this motherfucking bitch. She's wearing red at the laundromat where I went, and I don't like it. I'm gonna kill her. I'm telling you, man. People do some weird shit for the color red. And they're trying to say, oh, it was drugs. It was drugs. How, like, okay, if it was drugs, what drugs would make someone do what he did? Like, what drug is that? I mean, that's assuming, okay? We don't know if it was drugs or not. Maybe he had a mental breakdown, or maybe it was an initiation. You know, they're initiating this guy, and he had to commit some kind of chaos and possibly like make the news to be able to be let into the group or something. You know, be let into a gang. Who knows? They do stupid shit like this. Okay, and be careful out there, especially in California, because these gangs and these cholos, they're a little wild, and a lot of them are illegal. They're not supposed to be here. They should be in Mexico. So California, get ready for the crackdown, because there's going to be a mass exodus, and a lot of these Mexicans and a lot of these others that are harvesting in California, guess what? ICE is coming for you. Yeah. All right, guys. Let's see what else we got here. It's a wild night, right? Birthday. Yay! I've been born. I've been born. It's 10:25. It's just 10:26 right now. It just turned 10:26. I am officially born again at official 4. I'm like this is official. This is great, because I was born at 10:25 p.m. and it's 10:26. So I'm officially 46. Yay! Congratulations to me. Yay! Official. Because I like to be official. I was born at 10:25. That's the time that you celebrate, the time of your birth. You know, this is the day I was born. That's why I say birthday. It doesn't say birth time. It says birthday. So the day I was born, the 21st, but the time I was born was at 10:25 p.m. So I'm official. Wow. Congratulations, Rick. 46 years. Ugh. I know my older friends are like, come on, Rick. We beat you by like double. I'm like, are you kidding me? You guys are ancient. I love it. Teach me everything that you know. Tell me everything that you know. I'm good. I have good ears. I love listening. I love listening to their stories and everything that they've gone through in life. It's such a it's like a living book. Like, people are living books, and everyone has a story. And trust me, a lot of their stories are never ending. All right, guys, let's see what we got here. Ooh, let's check this out.
A disturbing story out of the Bronx, where a high school gym teacher is charged with raping a 14-year-old student.
What?
They're now showing his pictures so other potential victims can come forward.
Are you
He
kidding
also
me?
coach basketball. Eyewitness News reporter Shantae Lance live in the Van Ness section tonight with what we know. Shantae.
Is it a boy or girl?
Well, Mike, I can tell you, according to police, this all happened more than a year ago in December of 2024, but he was arrested last month, and the school has now since dismissed him, that gym teacher and also basketball coach.
Wait a minute. You gotta be motherfucking kidding me. So this happened when? They said 2024? And why are we're getting him now in 2026? Why all that time frame passed and there was no accountability? Zero accountability. And now is when they want to do something and then parade him and make him like, that's he should have been caught a long time ago. Oh my God. The lack of accountability is so disturbing. It's so disturbing. All right, I promise not to stop this story. You know what? Let me start it from the beginning. I'm not gonna say anything until the end. Pinky promise. Do a little pinky promise. It's only 2 minutes and 36 seconds. I'm gonna try to hold my inner thoughts for that amount of time, and then at the end, I'm gonna express myself. It's probably not gonna be very positive, but I'm gonna express myself. So, without further ado, without interruption, let's listen to the story. I know it's gonna make a lot of people mad. Express yourself, release that anger. You're like, motherfucker, are you kidding me? I'll fucking kill him. I know that I feel the same way. Imagine if that's your child and your child has been R worded at the age of 14. Disturbing. All right.
A disturbing story out of the Bronx, where a high school gym teacher is charged with raping a 14-year-old student. Police are now showing his pictures so other potential victims can come forward. He also coached basketball. Eyewitness News reporter Shantae Lance live in the Van Ness section tonight with what we know. Shantae.
Well, Mike, I can tell you, according to police, this all happened more than a year ago in December of 2024, but he was arrested last month and the school has now since dismissed him, that gym teacher and also basketball coach. It's every parent's worst nightmare.
It's scary. Definitely scary.
Police say this man, 34-year-old Javon Johnson, a Bronx high school gym teacher and basketball coach, was arrested and charged for allegedly raping a 14-year-old girl.
I was completely shocked. He used to say hi to my son every day.
Police say Javon Johnson taught and coached basketball at the same school, Icon Charter School 2 in the Bronx, as the 14-year-old student.
That's crazy to me. That makes me want to take my child out of school. That's very unsafe.
Court documents reveal that more than a year ago, in December of 2024, Johnson took the 14-year-old student to a motel in the Bronx called Jet Set Hotel. Police say it was there in broad daylight at 3 o'clock after school on a Monday that court documents say he allegedly committed the act.
That is terrible, it's deplorable, and it's disgusting.
For nobody to, I guess, see the energy or like the, I would say like vibe. I don't really know how to explain that. That's just, it's outrageous.
Johnson was arrested last month and charged with rape, sexual misconduct, sexual abuse, and endangering the welfare of a child. He was released on his own recognizance. I knocked on his Bronx apartment door. No answer. Icon Charter School 2 dismissed him from his job.
This is a very reputable school, and I've always felt that my child is safe here. But as you know, you can't always tell who someone is coming in. But I am glad that they immediately dismissed him and they took appropriate action.
Parents say they're just now finding out.
This is obviously something that above anything else, a parent wants to know about.
The NYPD is now releasing this photo of Johnson in hopes of finding more potential victims.
If there were more, I pray for those children, I pray for their parents. And in the end, it is the school's obligation to make certain that these type of issues do not occur at all.
And we reached out to the Bronx District Attorney's Office and this charter school. We're waiting to hear back. Live in the Van Ness section of the Bronx, Shantae Lance, Channel 7, Eyewitness News.
That is disturbing. It was a girl. Okay, so it wasn't a boy, thank God, but a 14-year-old girl. A 14-year-old girl, and not only that, I believe there's many more victims.
I'm Pat Harvey.
Like a lot of them. There's oh my God. And the fact that he manipulated and probably was successful with other girls. You gotta understand, how long would this guy been teaching whatever, coach basketball and a physical therapy teacher, whatever, you know, I don't. I tell you, we live in hell. We live in so many different forms of hell in this world. And people continue to do these horrible things, like despicable things. And yet, accountability is very slow. The system works very slow. And then you think your child is safe, right? Because you send them off to school and you're like, go get yourself educated. You know, you put the trust in the system and the system fails you. That's so disturbing. All right, let's keep it moving. Got the sound issue again. I should have taken a picture of that. Oh well. Let me take this down. Let's bring it back up. Okay, let's check out this story.
Tonight, we're getting a better understanding of a possible motive behind Monday's double murder in Grant Hill. Sandy.
Yeah.
San Diego police say the two couples involved knew each other and had an ongoing dispute.
NBC7's Amari Fleming spoke to family and friends and found court records that may shine a light on at least part of that dispute.
Friends and family of the victims have been out here all day long where they've set up a curbside memorial. You can see some of the flames flickering right here behind me. I talked to friends and family who say the lives of 3 young children and several others forever damaged over what could have been a possible deadly custody battle. 31-year-old Ruben Chavez and 28-year-old Evelyn Virgin's family and friends are finding strength in numbers. They gathered at the corner of 27th and Imperial, where the couple was found shot to death around 12:30 Monday morning. Their loved one's grief exacerbated by the fact that police say inside this minivan, 3 of Evelyn's children were found unharmed, just feet away from where their mother was gunned down.
It's insane how they didn't think about those kids.
Ruben's ex-girlfriend, 25-year-old Princess Perez, and her current boyfriend, 21-year-old Ramses Rex Morales, now facing double murder charges for the crime.
Oh
Police say
my God.
Princess and Rex were arrested around 10 Monday morning, trying to cross the border back into the United States. Investigators say the two couples were involved in an ongoing dispute. Family and court records show part of that dispute may be the custody battle between Ruben and his ex, Princess. The two
Oh
had
my
multiple
God.
kids together.
Not only did they ruin their life, they're going to be there, for a long time. They ruin, other families, not one family, but 2 families, and including those children.
Oh
Though
my
this friend
God.
that Ruben's family asked to speak on their behalf didn't want to show her face, she says family can't hide the concern they have for the children involved in this tragedy. 9 in all between the two couples.
Growing up without your parents, it's really difficult, and it's always going to be missing that father figure, the mother figure.
For now, friends say Evelyn's family is working to get her kids out of protective custody as everyone gathers where she took her last breath, hoping to heal their hearts. Amari Fleming, NBC7.
And Princess and Rex, the 2 people facing murder charges in this case, are scheduled to make their first court appearance on Thursday.
Oh my God. I'm just in shock. I'm like speechless. Those kids, poor kids, they witnessed and heard their mother get shot and killed. And their father too. And now that was the whole custody mess. And now they lost that story is so messy. Oh my God, that story's so messy. Oh, it just gave me a headache right now, just even thinking about it. Like why would you do that? Like, okay, you want maybe more custody time or you wanted more time with the kids. I don't know. But why kill the mother of your kids. I don't get it. I don't get it. I'm just like, oh man, there's more crazy stories. Hey, it's my birthday. We get to watch and listen to all these crazy stories. So we got a couple of add-ons here.
A missing delivery driver.
It shows you how society and how the world is today. It's disturbing. Like, this is I YouTube needs to fix their system. Because it just starts playing by itself and you hit pause and it doesn't pause. It just keeps playing. And then it'll respond when it wants to. Come on, YouTube. All right, let me set up these add-ons. Give me one moment. And I think, let me see. Do we have any more add-ons? Because I'm not going to add on after this. Because I definitely don't want to be here all night. As much as I would love to be here all night, I definitely would like to go to bed and relax and enjoy the rest of the night. But I definitely want to continue. Let me see. Ooh, there is a deal. Okay, well, like the Greenland deal with the United States, that's gonna be huge. That's huge because that's gonna it's a step forward in our missile defense system that Russia, if they ever would like and try to attack the United States, we have a clear and close territory that can launch very strong futuristic fucking weapons that Russia, as much as they have weapons wise, I believe the United States is way advanced, like way advanced, and it's all alien technology. Okay, it's very very foreign technology. It's not it's truly not from Earth. And a lot of these like they get this like schematics, and I'm pretty sure it's very alien schematics, and we intercepted a lot of information in order to feel like a lot of minds have a way of picking up certain signals and frequencies, and it kind of gives you like the brain to be able to build very very dangerous weapons, like truly weapons of mass destruction. Um, and the United States is not afraid to use it, especially if you pin them against the wall. Like if the U.S. has no choice and they have to defend our country, the United States, they're going to do everything in their power to defend us and keep us safe. And if that calls for us getting Greenland to keep America safe, I don't see anything bad. What's bad about it? Nothing. Oh, here, let me take the picture. The audio sign came up. So every single time it happens, I'm supposed to take a picture. I'm going to take a picture so I could show them as evidence. So every single time they see this, that way I take the pictures and then I'll submit it to them and show them the message that I'm getting, and that way, I don't know what they're gonna do. They're gonna have to give me a credit or some shit. I truly don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. Hold on. Just putting the picture in a file because I got so many pictures to show him with that message. It's so annoying when it happens. Okay, here we go. Let's go ahead and set this up. And let's watch.
Horror in New Jersey when a father finds his 2 young boys dead at home, their own mother now charged with murder. Hello, everyone. At 6 o'clock, I'm David Usher.
I'm Natalie Pasquarello. We do have to begin with that tragedy out of New Jersey. The killing of those 2 young boys who were just 5 and 7 years old. Police Force Charles Watson live in Hillsborough with just a difficult story.
My God.
Yeah, Natalie and David, a terribly difficult story, certainly for the family at the center of all of this, because it was the father who found the deceased bodies of the sons, according to police, and then told authorities that his wife was behind the murders of their innocent 5 and 7-year-old sons.
It's awful. It's just absolutely awful.
Noreen Rogers having a hard time making sense of the shocking murders of 2 brothers, ages 5 and 7, inside her community in the Brookhaven Lofts. Even more shocking, police say the boys' mother is responsible for killing them.
I can't imagine how she could do that and what her husband must have, felt when he got home.
The kid's mother, identified as 35-year-old Priya Tharsini Natajaran, now behind bars, charged with the murder. Police say it was the kid's father who called 911 Tuesday evening after finding the 5 and 7-year-old boys unconscious in their apartment on Shell Court. The father telling a 911 dispatch operator that his wife did something to the children. When officers arrived on scene, police say they found the young boys unresponsive in the bedroom. Medics attempted to save their lives, but it was too late.
As a mom, I can say it's really, really devastating news.
This neighbor, who's also a mother, says she lives on the same street and saw the police presence, but had no idea that a tragedy was unfolding.
It's not, there's a lot of cops, a lot of...
Yeah, a lot of cops over there and medicaps as well. So that's the only thing we can be solved. But we didn't know what happened.
The boys were students at Sunnymead Elementary. Hillsborough Public School Superintendent Mike Volpe calling their deaths unfathomable, writing in part in a statement, quote, "Our priority remains the emotional health of our students and staff. Crisis response teams and additional counseling services are on site and will remain available for as long as they are needed." What's mind-boggling to one neighbor who knows the family and asked to remain anonymous is that Natajaran seemed to be a good mother who was actively involved in her children's lives. Others who live here calling for justice.
I pray for the families of the kids. If she's in jail, that's fine.
Yeah, and the medical examiner's office will perform autopsies to determine the cause of the victims' deaths. As for their mother, she is currently facing 2 counts of first-degree murder and 1 count of third-degree possession of a weapon for unlawful purposes. She's currently being held at the Somerset County Jail. For now, we're live in Hillsborough Township. Charles Watson, News 4 New York.
Oh my God. That is so disturbing. What's going on with people? Like, I mean, are people being manipulated by signals? Because I hear the signals every day, right? I hear these signals in my brain, and it's constant signals. But can Wi-Fi manipulate people into doing things that they just black out and do? Or have them to a certain state of mind that causes them to do these acts? Like, who in the right mind will kill their 7 and 5-year-old child 2 years apart? That's like me and my sister. Like, me and my sister is 2 years apart. Like, I know I do this to myself, But we have to see this. We have to all witness what we're seeing, and our eyes don't lie. The stories is the story, and good or bad, lately it's been very negative. So you still got to report on it because knowing is half the battle. G.I. Joe. Yeah, I know. I used to watch a lot of G.I. Joe.
A missing delivery driver is found dead in the Central West End.
The victim was found in an alley early this morning.
What?
Fox 2's Chad Mira joins us now. Chad, police say they believe this shooting happened hours earlier.
That's right, Mandy. Shirley, police had actually been to the same area last night around 9 p.m. for shots fired, but they had no idea at the time that someone had actually been shot. The case developed very quickly throughout the day today, and just a couple hours ago, charges have now been filed against the suspect. Central West End residents waking up to police lights after a body was found at 1 a.m. near Olive and Whittier.
There were all of these red flashing lights on my bedroom wall. And I looked outside and I saw that there was a fire truck in front of my house.
In the alley behind her house, just down the block, an adult male dead with a gunshot wound.
I've lived in my current house for 11, and I have never had anything happen to me.
Now, St. Louis City Police say they believe the victim is tied to a shots fired call they received in the same area around 9 p.m. last night.
Officers had no information at that time that somebody was in some type of life-threatening situation.
SLMPD say a suspect was arrested related to the shots fired call before they ever knew there was a shooting victim. Now the same suspect, 27-year-old Jamal Jones. First-degree murder. Police say the victim is related to a missing person call from yesterday.
We believe the man that officers were searching for related to that missing person is the victim to this homicide.
University City, last seen in University City for deliveries, SLMPD believe he made his way to the Central West End.
He wasn't there in that area conducting business for the job that he does.
Not there for business, but police say that Walker and Jones knew each other. Police seized a delivery van in the alley early this morning.
You just have to be smart when you live in the city. But I love it. I wouldn't live anywhere else.
With that murder charge filed late this afternoon, we now get a glimpse at the probable cause statement. It says that Jones admitted to firing a weapon, but said he was in fear for his life.
Now, Chad, do investigators know how the suspect and the victim knew each other?
So I was going back through those court records, and it didn't outline exactly what the relationship was. They did know each other. It claims that Walker was at Jones's apartment earlier that night, and a witness told police they heard the gunshots. Of course, we know someone called 911 for gunshots fired last night around 9 o'clock. And that witness also claims that they saw Jones running back into his apartment with an assault rifle. Now, also in these charges was the charge for tampering with evidence. They say they found Jones with shell casings in his pocket.
All right, Chad Mira, thanks so much.
Thanks.
What is going on? This is wild. All right, let's keep it moving. Keep it moving. Internet, everything's just going a little slow right now.
Good evening, and thank you for joining us. I'm Pat Harvey. We begin with that chaotic scene in Willowbrook today. Federal immigration agents start shooting while trying to make an arrest. It has led to protests in the neighborhood, and CBS LA's Jasmine Veal has new video of what led up to shots being fired.
The scene is clear, and things are now quiet here on this street after hours of tense and angry confrontations between demonstrators and federal agents. DHS says federal agents arrested a violent, undocumented immigrant that an immigration judge ordered to be removed back in 2019. But neighbors here tell me that he is a father and a husband, and they are shocked that a federal agent would open fire on him right here in this parking lot. Security camera video captures the moment U.S. Customs Border Protection officers closed in on the man DHS identifies as William Eduardo Moran Carballo as he got into his car Wednesday morning outside his Willowbrook apartment.
He jumped in his car and tried to run off, like speed off. And so he must have hit the car a little bit, one of the ICE agents or Border Patrol car a little bit while he was getting out.
Neighbors say they heard gunshots moments after he pulled out of the parking spot.
We hear like a little altercation. Somebody say, no, no, no. hop in the car, we hear bullets like pop, and they drive out like skirt, and you hear more pop, 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 pop.
It was at 7:20 in the morning when I heard like 4 or 5 shots.
Carballo's car with at least one bullet hole in the windshield finally coming to a stop down the street. Front end smashed, airbag deployed.
And then he tried running away, and then I guess that's when like he hit the thing over there, and that's why like he tried running off, but they ended up getting him like right down like a couple like 3 blocks down.
DHS says officers were conducting a targeted operation. In a statement, which reads in part, DHS says, in a dangerous attempt to evade arrest, this criminal illegal alien weaponized his vehicle and rammed law enforcement, fearing for his life and safety, and agent fired defensive shots. DHS says a CBP officer was injured, but Carballo was not hit and was taken into custody. DHS says Carballo, a citizen of El Salvador, is connected to a human smuggling operation and has prior arrests for domestic violence. The shooting igniting hours of protests. Demonstrators gathered on 126th Street.
Protest is for my people.
Protest about what?
But if he's a criminal, take him back where he came from.
I just feel like it's not correct. I think people should just leave people alone and let people live normal.
What? What the fuck are you talking about?
Their families, though, are safe.
My kids play with his kids, father, husband, yes. So they need to feel safe when they come outside.
It's unclear how exactly that CBP officer was injured. As for Carballo, we found one misdemeanor arrest and charge for injuring a spouse. That was back in September of 2024. He was set to be back in court in April. We also don't know if there was anyone else detained or inside that vehicle with him at the time. Here in Willowbrook, Jasmine Veal, CBS LA.
I don't know, man. I feel like the news, they're just trying to hype up something that shouldn't even be hyped up. You know what I mean? If they're going after a suspect and they're going after like a certain person and they have like a warrant for that person, or, you know, let the fucking cops, let the fucking authorities do their job. Why is the media interfering? Why are these people like, I have to get in front of the camera and I got to say something. Everybody get all together. Let's protest here. Not knowing what the fuck happened, but they want to go out there and speak their 2 senses without even knowing what the fuck is going on. Like, you can't jump to conclusion. It's like, what is going on? It just drives me crazy. My mind is just everything's just wild. And we don't live in hell? You think we don't live in hell? If we keep praying for Jesus to come back, where the fuck we live at then? If we keep praying for someone that is not with us right now and has passed, his energy is up in the air, and we call upon that energy and he does answer when we truly need him, Jesus is always there, right? He always provides. He brings the warmth. He's the comforting. He's that comfort. But we are living in hell, and we keep praying and waiting for Jesus to come back and intervene and take over. Why we continue to live in hell and people do crazy shit, man, every day. I can go through thousands of videos here and show you guys, but not many people will watch or listen. Let's continue.
An unnerving story out of North Hollywood. A Glendale firefighter in custody after police say he bludgeoned his wife to death. Fox Gonzalez, live in Hollywood. Details on a grisly story. Christina.
Yes, I tell you the details. Let me step out of the way so you can see what's going on. Right now, they do have a tow truck that is picking up the vehicle belonging to the suspect in this case, who has been identified to me by his attorney as Glendale firefighter Andrew Jimenez. He's a veteran of the Pacific Palisades fire. He was off duty this morning when he went to the Northeast Police Station, told him to come here and do a welfare check. What they found was a horrible crime scene.
An axe.
visible as family and friends piece together what happened at a home off Satsuma Avenue, North Hollywood. Police responding after lives here, identified by neighbors and loved ones as Glendale firefighter Andrew Jimenez, flagged down officers at the Northeast Police Station.
He requested officers check on his wife, who resides in North Hollywood. When they entered the home, they found a female in her 50s who was deceased and who appeared to be suffered from multiple blunt force trauma.
Unnerving. Very unnerving. Neighbors horrified. They identify the couple as Andrew and Myra Jimenez, sometimes seen taking walks in the area, but not arguing before last night.
There was an argument, and a man had a fight with his wife, and he brutally beat her. It's like a horrific crime scene over there. I hear the detectives talking how it's something really out of like a horror flick.
We believe this was an incident of domestic violence. It was isolated, and there's no threat to public safety at this time.
And back here live again, they are still working this scene. They are waiting to remove Jimenez's vehicle. Now, his attorney telling us that their office is actually in contact with law enforcement regarding what they say is a diary of the decedent, the woman who died, apparently read moments before the homicide that verified, and I quote, infidelity. Now, they're offering that obviously as a possible motive. That's not necessarily a justification, but it does seem that something happened that ended up very badly here, obviously. And what they're saying is that there was a diary involved and he read it, and for lack of better words, he lost it. We'll find out more as this goes on. But at this point, he is being interviewed by police officers. They have not charged him officially, but they do have him in custody. With the latest here from North Hollywood, I'm Christina Gonzalez. A very sad situation. Back to you guys in the studio.
So tragic.
That's crazy. Let's keep it moving.
Now to a CBS News exclusive interview with the woman prosecutors say was the mastermind of Minnesota's biggest COVID-era fraud scheme. 44-year-old Amy Bach is not part of the Somali community. Last year, she was convicted of orchestrating a $250 million plot to defraud a government program to feed hungry children. CBS News Minnesota investigative reporter Jonah Kaplan spoke with that woman exclusively. He joins us this morning from Minneapolis. Jonah, really important interview. I mean, you spoke to her in the jail cell. Break down the story for us.
Well, look, Kelly, good morning. And when you think about all that's been going on here in Minneapolis with the surge of all these federal agents, it's all because, at least according to the administration, it's this fraud investigation. And the Somali community has been at the forefront of the investigation because most of those who have been either charged or convicted in the fraud schemes are Somali. But Amy Bach is not Somali, but federal prosecutors blaming her for being the mastermind, at least, of one of these schemes. It's rare to speak with someone in federal custody, but Amy Bach told us she defended her actions, but she has some regrets.
We were allowed 1 hour to speak with Amy Bach over a video call from her Minnesota jail cell.
Now I can hear you, yes.
Until she was arrested in 2022, Bach led Feeding Our Future, the now infamous nonprofit, signed up restaurants and caterers, many from Minnesota's large Somali community, to receive taxpayer money for providing meals to children in need.
During COVID, for obvious reasons, parents were allowed to come and pick up meals. So we suddenly were able to reach more children.
But prosecutors said it turned into something else, the nation's largest COVID-era fraud, with Bach as its mastermind.
Are you the mastermind of this scheme?
Absolutely not. I believe in accountability. If I had done this, I would have pled guilty. I wouldn't have gone to trial. I wouldn't have put my children and my family through what we've been through. I've lost everything.
While Bach's attorney provided this video showing stacks of food, prosecutors say Bach and the businesses she recruited stole tens of millions of federal dollars, spending it on luxury cars, real estate ventures, and vacations.
I wish I could go back and do things differently, stop things, catch things. At that point in time, I believed we were doing everything in our power to protect the program.
But in 2021, Bach sued the state agency that oversaw the meal program, alleging its scrutiny of Somali applicants was, quote, discriminatory.
How do you think state officials took that?
Nobody wants to be labeled as being racist.
Minnesota officials told a state watchdog the threat of legal consequences and negative media attention intimidated them into easing off.
The notion that a state government is paralyzed and has to allow this level of fraud because they were afraid of what I might do in a lawsuit is preposterous.
Help me welcome Amy Buck.
In Minnesota's large Somali community, one leader called her a modern-day Robin Hood.
The community deserves this. The children need this.
In 2019, the nonprofit submitted $3 million worth of meal claims. 2 years later,
I don't know what's going on with the internet here.
submitted nearly $200 million.
All of a sudden, you're cutting $200 million worth of checks. How do you not see that as major red flags and keep this going?
We relied on the state. We told the state, this site is going to operate at this address, this day, this time, and this number of children. The state would then tell us that's approved.
Prosecutors also accused Bach of collecting bribes and kickbacks from meal site operators. At trial, they revealed text messages where she compared Feeding Our Future to the mob.
Are you a mob boss?
Absolutely not. No.
Were you personally benefiting from any of it?
I collected my salary, and that was all that was collected.
Didn't federal agents find gold jewelry, cash in your closet?
They found minimal jewelry. I believe it was like 2 pair of earrings, a bracelet, a watch. There was some cash there.
At trial, Bach took the stand, but the jury didn't buy her story. Within hours, they convicted her on all counts. Last month, a judge ordered her to forfeit more than $5 million in proceeds from the fraud.
Minnesota officials are defending their actions, pointing to the fact that there were employees in state government that were the ones that actually told the FBI to go investigate Feeding Our Future. So far, 78 defendants connected just to the Feeding Our Future scandal. Remember, there are several social services under investigation, but 78 connected to Feeding Our Future have been charged, more than 60 pleading guilty or convicted at trial. Bach is awaiting sentencing, and Vlad and Kelly, she faces now decades in prison.
So, Jonah, one of the questions I had for you, and as I said to you on CBS Mornings, this is an incredible interview that you've given us, and you've been covering the story pretty much since it first broke. And so the question is, are these prosecutions done? I mean, you've got the alleged mastermind behind bars, and yet the administration, the Trump administration, is still going after the city of Minneapolis, going after the governor, going after the mayor, because of these alleged cases of embezzlement and fraud. What's left to be done? In other words, what is left to be prosecuted if you've got the mastermind already behind bars?
Well, it's a great question, Vlad. And certainly before this latest Operation Metro Surge, and before that had become the headline, just before this, they had announced indictments in some of the other schemes. So there was a social service to provide people or to help them with housing for addiction services. There was also a scheme about behavioral health and autism. Those were all currently being investigated. And those, the number of people indicted there are still kind of in the single digits. And here in Feeding Our Future, that's just one social service program. There are 14 social service programs, high risk, they say, for fraud, that are currently under investigation. And since 2019, according to federal prosecutors, there have been $18 billion spent on those programs in Minnesota. And we're just, as the U.S. Attorney said, just at the end of the beginning.
That is crazy.
Yeah, it really does seem like there's going to be more and more. And Jonah, we know that means you're going to be very, very busy
Indeed.
as you continue to cover this. Thank you so much for your time today.
Great to be with you guys. Thanks.
Wow, the fraud. It runs so deep. And it's being exposed. And I'm telling you, this is the year a lot of Democrats, I feel like the Democratic Party needs help. Democrat Party, just put your hand up, put your thumb in, 4 fingers down. True Democrats. Just if you've been invaded, this is the help. You need help. Emergency help. Oh God. All right, let's see what else we got here. As you can see, the show is going to be a long show. It's my birthday, and I do what I want to. Cry if I want to. But yeah, I'm not going to cry. But I'm going to continue on with the show. And there's a couple of add-ons that I want to add to see what the hell is going on here. And a couple of stories that I was interested in the past. And I guess there's a lot of information here. Give me one sec. Let me just resize these videos. Man, that snow that's coming is like, it's not gonna be good. Well, it's gonna be good because it's a lot of snow, but it's not. It's gonna be now twice as large, meaning a lot more snow is going to fall, and that's scary. It's scary because we don't know how much we're gonna get. I know we're gonna get about a foot, maybe a foot and a half of snow. 2 feet is not out of the reach for some areas. I hope not up here, but we're gonna get a lot of snow, and I hope we're all ready for it here. I mean, tomorrow I'm gonna go and get the supplies that I need to get, like extra water, a bag of cat food, shit that I was gonna get anyways. I was just gonna get it a little early tomorrow and just tackle that first thing in the morning, and I'll make sure I have everything that I need to survive. I'm gonna be fine. I'm still gonna be doing probably my show, maybe. Just I don't know. I don't know exactly how much is gonna fall, but I did made a wish for 1 to 2 feet of snow for my birthday. I wanted it for my birthday. It's like I wanted snow for Christmas. The snow came a day late, but we got a good almost 7 inches of snow, and that was pretty cool. And now we're getting a system that's going to drop a foot and a half to maybe 2 feet of snow. Oof! I got to be careful what I wish for. It's like, Rick, watch your mouth. Everything you say, it comes true, and you gotta be careful what you wish for. I know, but when I said I want snow, I want snow. It's like, I love snow. I wanted 1 to 2 feet, and I'm getting it for my birthday. So happy. So happy. All right, let me see what other stories we got here to watch. Okay, we're done with that one. Good. Okay, let's see, what is this about? Of course the audio's not going to work. I'm not taking a picture for that one. It's like I gotta reset this and get the audio back. It's like, Rick, when are you gonna call them? I wasn't gonna call them today. Today's my birthday. I'm not gonna fight on my birthday, but I tell you right now, I'm gonna fight on my cat's birthday. What do you mean your cat's birthday? Officially, my cat's birthday is tomorrow, the 22nd. Which cat? Tasha Mama. Tasha Mama, the mother, the queen of the house. She's turning 11 years old tomorrow. So congratulations, Tasha Mama. She is a beautiful 11-year-old cat, and one of my best friends. She's so sassy, and I love her energy, and I just love her funk. She's very funky. I love it. All right, here we go, and let's watch.
Continuing to follow breaking news out of San Jose, a massive police presence after a deadly shootout between police and an armed carjacking suspect. Now, a San Jose sergeant was taken to the hospital, and in the past few minutes, we've learned that the sergeant is expected to survive.
Now, this is
Oh,
all
thank
happening
God.
right off of Highway 87 at the Julian Street off-ramp. It is right in downtown. It's not too far from San Pedro Square and also St. James Park. And this is the scene from the ground showing a lot of patrol cruisers and red tape just blocking one of the streets in the area. We'll go to that. Our live team coverage begins with Len Ramirez in downtown San Jose, where police just gave an update just minutes ago. Len, what have we learned?
Well, we're just learning that this all started in San Jose around 2 p.m. and then ended back here after going all the way down to San Benito County and Hollister. This is a major crime scene. It's going to take many hours, if not days, to continue this investigation. I'm standing right now on St. James Street, and right down maybe 1 or 2 blocks away is where this all came to an ending, a violent ending with an officer being shot. He's at the hospital and a suspect being killed. Now, we just learned, as we said a few minutes ago, that this all began around 2 p.m. here in San Jose when a suspect allegedly tried to steal a car.
That's not good. Wow, you hear the police shots? The gunshots?
Just a lot of gunfire happening here.
Wow.
The police department held a news conference just a few minutes ago and told us the sequence of events that led to this violent shooting here in San Jose.
There was a San Jose helicopter that was involved in monitoring the vehicle and providing information to outside units. SJPD re-entered what I would call the pursuit once it entered back into San Jose jurisdiction. The carjacking happened that exited our jurisdiction, and then a series of events occurred until he responded back. But SJPD was monitoring and, like I said, ended the way it ended.
So a quick recap, this started in San Jose with a carjacking, went down to San Benito County where there was another carjacking, came back this way, the San Jose PD helicopter monitoring the whole way, and then ending here at the intersection of St. James Street and Highway 87. This is what witnesses had to say about the massive shooting that happened here.
I saw a lot of cop cars going super fast on the freeway. Then I saw a perp get out of the cop car from the driver's seat, and the cops started shooting at him when he was in the car, when he got out, and then he got hit, went down on the floor, and then got ran over by a cop car.
Saw 2 squad officers.
Wow, they ran him over.
Pretty damn fast, let's just say. Yeah. They go towards
Neutralized
the intersection over
suspect,
there.
like the
It was at a red light.
person shooting.
They stopped.
They neutralized
about
them.
40 rounds of gunshots popped off, and from there, it lasted about maybe 30-45 seconds of of a firefight, and that's kind of when the shots stopped falling, and from there 50 other units just came.
Oh my God, you can hear those gunshots.
Now you can hear their officers, multiple officers, it sounds like, discharging their weapons at that suspect. Now, when he came to a halt here in San Jose, he apparently looked like he might have been trying to steal another, take a vehicle away from even a police officer. We haven't nailed that down yet, but that's what it looks like from some of the witness video, and then was fired upon by the officers and fell to the street. And that's when another police car coming in and apparently striking that suspect while he was on the ground. This investigation is going to be taking in all accounts of what happened, what transpired, whether or not that suspect was still a threat at the point where the other officer came in and ran over his body in the street. We're going to find out what happened with that as the days go on and this investigation continues. For right now, though, Juliet, the scene is still very much closed off to traffic, and officers are trying to get as much evidence they can from the scene, and they will be putting their case together. But once again, to recap, 1 suspect dead, 1 officer involved in the hospital, critical but stable condition.
Yeah, Len, thank you so much. All right, let's get some more information on that officer. The San Jose police sergeant that was shot was taken to Valley Medical Center. Andrea Nakano continues our team coverage live from the hospital. Andrea, what have you learned?
Well, Jules, let me step out of the way to show you what's going on here at Valley Medical Center tonight. As you can see, there is still a very heavy police presence. If you're trying to get into the emergency room, there is a slight detour that you do have to take, but we are getting new information at this hour. And what we do know is that the person in the hospital is a sergeant with the San Jose Police Department. They were listed in stable but critical condition, and San Jose Police telling us tonight that this officer is expected to survive. He or she has non-life-threatening injuries. Now, soon after the shootout, our chopper flew over Valley Medical Center in San Jose. There were tons of police cars, and there continues to be a heavy police presence here tonight. Many officers from local law enforcement agencies are here waiting to hear more about the colleague that was shot. The Santa Clara County Sheriff's Department posted on X that their thoughts and prayers are with the San Jose Police Department. Again, just to recap, the officer's condition. The officer is expected to have non-life-threatening injuries. That is what the San Jose Police Department is telling us. And we have confirmed that the suspect has died, but we will continue to piece all of this together and bring you new information tonight at 11. Jules.
We'll see you then. Yes, Andrea, thank you so much. I want to show you some video from the scene in Hollister. So take a look at this. You can see a green Corvette there in the distance. Hollister police say the suspect that was killed in San Jose was driving that stolen green Corvette earlier this afternoon and got involved in a gunfight with law enforcement in Hollister. He abandoned the car and ran off armed with a gun before taking another car. Police say the suspect then drove off back towards Santa Clara County, where it all led to the shootout in downtown San Jose.
All right, let's keep it moving. What the hell is this? It looks like a dining room. Oh, storm surge. Okay, smashes through restaurant at cyclone slash. Oh, so this is Sicily. Italy. So this is Italy. Okay, let's check this out. Oh, man, you know it's going to be crazy. That's a tsunami. Ooh. Ooh, that's a big wave right there. Woo! Oh, shit. Oh, I didn't want to curse for my birthday, but my God. Oh, that's a nightmare. Oh, look at the waves are just going to pile in. Okay, that one was a little wave. Thank God. Oh, but look at the damage. Like, if you have a restaurant that's right next to the water, wouldn't you fortify it and make sure it something like this doesn't happen? But this was like a freak wave. Look at this. Could have been a mini tsunami that occurred. I mean, that does happen from time to time, where you get little tsunamis. Wow, that's wild. The damage is it's wild. Poor businesses. That's what I could just think about is the businesses, and like that's not good for the vehicles. Like that salt water is not good for vehicles. And forget about electric vehicles. You're talking about your car could explode. Wow. But it looks like a tsunami, right? Don't that look like a tsunami? Because you see how the water's just coming in? Could that be like a maybe a mini tsunami? Because those happen, you know? That's like the freak waves. Like there's constantly waves that are going around, rotating in our planet that causes disruption and destruction. And this seems like one of the instances that has happened in Sicily, Italy. And so there's going to be a lot of damage, and it's going to be very messy for a while. Look at that. Ew. It looks like chocolate milk going down the street. Where's Willy Wonka when you need him? Willy, your fucking factory is it's leaking chocolate all over the place. It's not chocolate. Ew. You're talking about that's poo? That could be a possibility. Ew. Imagine that. Ooh. I don't want that. That's not a good thing. That's not good at all. That's disgusting. Oh boy, how long is this? We still got a couple of more seconds to go. 30 more seconds. Pretty disturbing. I wonder, where's Jesus? I want Jesus to come. I know he's on 3i Atlas. He's on 3i Atlas and he's trying to make his way. But it's like he has so many things to do. He's like Santa Claus. He's doing so much everywhere, you know, and he can't be at all places at once, but he hears everyone. He hears your messages. So just keep your messages flowing to him and he will grant you your wishes, but manifest it also, you know. Use the energy for your favor. And you can manifest anything you want. Just put your mind to it and anything can happen. But man, what a mess. Ugh. Keep it moving. Oh, we got a story. Hold on. Let me set it up. We got a story on 3i Atlas. Oh my God. Is it true? Are we going to have an experience with 3i Atlas? I mean, 3i Atlas is doing some crazy stuff. And not a lot of people on Earth wants to report on it or talk about it. And it's like history passing by, but we down here are so distracted that something that biblical, like people back in the days would have written in books and Bibles, that's happening right now, yet everybody's quiet. Nobody wants to talk about it. Oh, really? Well, guess what, bitches? We're going to talk about it. So let's go ahead and watch this video on 3i Atlas.
So we just got some new updates about 3i Atlas. And Harvard scientist Abby Loeb is now saying that what's happening here might just be the technological signature we were looking for. Now, before we talk about why this is so weird, let me first explain what the newest images are actually showing us. So here we see a bright, glowing cloud of material stretching more than 120,000 kilometers toward the sun. That's almost half of the distance from Earth to the moon. But the really important discovery came when scientists applied something called the Larsen-Sechenina filter. This technique basically strips away the symmetric glow around a comet to reveal the actual jet structures underneath. When they applied this filter, they found a 3+1 jet system, 3 mini jets extending about 25,000 kilometers from the nucleus. Each one separated by
normal.
exactly 120 degrees.
That's not an
plus
asteroid.
one massive anti-tail jet that extends 10 times farther at about 400,000 kilometers, pointing directly toward the sun. Now here's what makes this absolutely insane. None of the 3 mini jets point away from the sun. Not a single one. Every jet is either pointing toward the sun or sideways, but nothing pointing away like normal comet tails do. And this is not just a one-time observation. These same 3 jets showed up in images from November 30th,
Yay!
December 4th,
Done,
December 12th, December 27th, January 7th, and January 14th. 6 different dates.
I
Same
did a
pattern.
Chewy dance for you.
Now,
Chloe.
before we talk about why 120 degrees matters so much, please click the like and hype buttons and subscribe to not miss out on future updates.
My
So,
man,
if
that's
you divide
crazy.
a full circle by 3, you get exactly 120 degrees. This creates a perfect triangle when viewed from above. Think of it like a Mercedes logo. 3 perfectly spaced lines radiating from a center point. For natural comets, jets form when the sun heats up
Chloe,
ice pockets
this
under
is
the
what I'm gonna
surface.
do, Chloe.
The ice turns
I'm
directly
gonna
into
put in my
gas.
order.
This gas
next
builds
week.
up pressure
Not
until it
this week,
shoots
next week.
out through weak points in the
'Cause I
surface.
had to
These weak
do my
points are
birthday
completely
thing, and
determined
I
by the
got really
shape and
caught up.
structure of the
But
nucleus.
I am going
And
to
here
push
is the
that
key
order,
detail.
okay?
Comet nuclei form
So
through
I would
billions
say
of years of impacts and thermal
after the
stress and
27th.
chaotic accretion. The ice
Or on the
distribution reflects this messy history.
Let me see.
There is absolutely no organizing principle that
When
would
I get
create
paid.
geometric spacing. So let me give you some context.
No later than the 30th.
Scientists have studied
I will be
thousands of
fixing that
comets
order,
over
okay?
the past few centuries. Halley's Comet showed 3 to 4
I'm going
distinct
to place
jets
an
from
order.
irregular surface areas.
If you don't have the
Zero
afterpay
symmetry.
set up,
Comet
then
67P,
I'll
which
do
the Rosetta
the
spacecraft
PayPal
visited up
payment.
close, had jets concentrated in one
Because I want to
specific
get a few
region,
things. I'm not just going
completely
to get
asymmetric
the
patterns.
box. You know what I mean?
2I Borisov, which was the first confirmed interstellar comet, had a single jet structure. No symmetric pattern at all. Every well-studied comet in history shows irregular jet distributions determined by surface geology. But 3I Atlas
I'm
is showing
hoping
mathematical
by
precision.
the 30th,
Avi Loeb calculated the
I can place
probability
the
of
order.
3 ice pockets being placed at
And like I
exactly
said, I'm getting a
120
few
degree
things.
spacing just by
Like,
chance.
besides the
The odds are
$100
about
box,
0.1
because I'm
to
gonna order the
0.2%.
$100 box.
That is a 1 in
And then
500
there's a
to
couple
1
of other
in
things
1,000
that I
chance.
saw that
And when
I
you combine
like.
this with the other 17 anomalies, the
Maybe I
total
could show it
odds
to you.
are about 1 in 4
I can take the
billion.
picture and
Now
show it to
most
you on Discord.
astronomers think Loeb is wrong. The leading natural explanation is that
You said you
3I
added more
Atlas
things
just
too.
happens
I'm
to
like
have 3
waiting
major
for
ice
things, I
pockets
think.
evenly distributed on its surface. As the object rotates, these pockets get heated by the sun at different times, creating the pattern we are
sorry.
seeing. But there is a massive problem with this
cool,
theory that
crazy.
nobody is talking
Crazy
about.
cool.
3I Atlas rotation period changed. Before it passed closest to the sun, the object was spinning once every 16.16 hours. We measured this multiple times and got consistent results. But after passing the sun, the rotation sped up to 7.1 hours. The object is now spinning more than twice as fast. When a rotating object ejects material unevenly, it creates torque. This torque usually makes the rotation speed up. We see this with figure skaters pulling their arms in and spinning faster. So the speed up itself makes sense. But here is what does not make sense. During each 7.1 hour rotation, the jet structure wobbles back and forth by about 20 degrees. The jets are not locked in place. They are moving, and yet somehow they maintain perfect 120 degree spacing despite the object completing a full rotation every 7 hours. For natural jets to stay geometrically spaced while the nucleus is tumbling and wobbling requires physics that we do not understand. Now let me talk about the chemistry because this is also extremely unusual. The James Webb Space Telescope observed 3I Atlas back in August. The gas coming off the object is dominated by carbon dioxide. The carbon dioxide to water ratio is 7.6 to 1. That is way higher than any normal comet, like 40 times higher than typical values. After the object passed closest to the sun in late October, something changed. The ice signatures completely vanished. They were replaced by organic molecules, including methanol and formaldehyde and methane and ethane. Water production increased 20 times. For these delicate organic molecules to survive billions of years traveling through space, they must have been buried under at least 10 meters of protective material. Something exposed these hidden layers. But here is the chemistry detail that is really strange. 3I Atlas has way more nickel than iron. Normal comets show nickel and iron in similar amounts. But this object has nickel ratios that look more like industrial metal alloys than natural space rock. Also, the object is missing carbon chain
Chloe
molecules. Chemicals like C2
Chloe,
and
it says
C3 that show up
Chloe
in every other comet were not detected at all.
015585.
So what do the skeptics actually say about all of this?
Does that
Well,
help you?
NASA's official position is that 3I Atlas looks like a comet and behaves like a comet, and all evidence points to it being a comet. Scientists from Penn State published critiques saying that Loeb is making
You want me to
statistical
repeat
errors
the number
by
again?
calculating probabilities after already knowing what the data shows. Also, the Breakthrough Listen project used
He's
the
almost
Green
done.
Bank telescope to search for radio signals. This was the most sensitive search ever conducted, sensitive enough to detect a cell phone. They found absolutely nothing. 0 radio signals. Steve Dash from Arizona State University says the anti-tail pointing toward the sun can be explained by solar radiation pressure pushing on dust particles. No propulsion needed. But none of these explanations address the 120-degree spacing. That is the part nobody has a good answer for. Let me know your thoughts in the comments. And please
My thoughts is I hope Jesus is on that 3i Atlas, and I hope he's making his way over here because I got a lot to tell him. And everybody's waiting for Jesus to come. Jesus is coming. He's coming. Well, when he comes, I hope everyone's ready to say what they got to say. He's going to listen to everybody all at once. He doesn't need to go one by one and listen to everybody. No, he can listen to everybody all in one voice. So just continue praying and keep hoping and just keep moving forward. But Chloe, if you need my help, your account, it says Chloe 015585. So I just hope that helps a little bit. Because for some reason, yeah, it shows set up on your end, but when you go to pay, it's not set up. So there's no to pay, and it's in the site. So like right now, if I go to pay, let me check. Maybe you fixed it. Maybe not. Okay, you see it says pay later with the PayPal, which I can still go that way, but under it would be checkout, PayPal later, and then it would go where it says more payments options. That's where it should be Afterpay. If you want to pay with Afterpay, it should be there. But when I click on that, it says GPay. It's Google Pay. So it's like there's no Afterpay. But there's the but you'll figure it out. Okay, let's keep it moving. We still got more to watch. Okay, what's this about? Here, let's click here. Let's get this set up. Here we go. Put the volume up.
In Switzerland, the president saying European leaders have come to a new agreement over the Arctic territory, but adding that military intervention is officially off the table.
The president addressing the subject of Greenland directly during his speech in Davos today. Let's send things over to our DC Bureau Chief, Ben Kennedy. He's live in our nation's capital with all the details. Ben.
Jason Louis, President Trump said this deal would last forever. He says it is a good agreement for both the U.S. and for NATO.
It's a deal that everybody's very happy with.
President Trump announced the U.S. and NATO have a framework for a future deal with respect to Greenland.
It's a deal that people jumped at. Really fantastic for the USA. Gets everything we wanted, including especially real national security.
And that was the key reason why he said the country needed to acquire the Arctic island, citing threats from China and Russia. A message shared at the World Economic Forum in Switzerland on Wednesday.
We never asked for anything.
It's in Davos the commander-in-chief ruled out military force in U.S. efforts to take over the Danish territory.
I won't do that. Okay, now everyone's saying, oh, good. But I would use force. I don't have to use force. I don't want to use force.
Sovereignty is something that only Denmark can decide on, and sovereignty is one of the key issues in international law. So I think we should stick to sovereignty and share the interest on the security of the Arctic.
Wall Street bounced back following his remarks that America's army won't be used, and that President Trump is also backing off from threats on European nations amid news of this framework.
Does it still include the United States having ownership of Greenland like you've said you wanted?
It's a long-term deal. It's the ultimate long-term deal. And I think it puts everybody in a really good position, especially as it pertains to security and minerals.
Now, President Trump will be giving remarks tomorrow in Davos at just a few hours from our time. It is then he could take Q&A on this and give more details about what exactly is in this framework.
All right, let's keep it moving. Ooh, Benny Johnson.
What's up, guys? It's Benny. One of the most important books I ever read was The Art of the Deal by Donald Trump, written nearly 40 years ago, where President Trump talks about how he gets his real estate deals done, how he effectively gets everything that he wants in a deal. And it goes pretty simply like this. Trump just asks for things that seem crazy at the time. He asks for way more than he ever wants, and then he's willing to walk away or exact pain from people during the negotiation process, which ends up getting exactly what he wants in the end, because it seems reasonable by the time President Trump just tells you what he wants. He never tells you what he wants up front, and that's exactly what this Greenland deal was. After all, ladies and gentlemen, President Trump has been practicing the same playbook for the better part of the last 50, 60 years. I mean, how long has this guy been in the public eye? President Trump, ladies and gentlemen, just staged the art of the deal on all of Europe, on the whole of a continent. Here we go. NATO responds as Trump hails Greenland deal covering entire Arctic region that involves small pockets of land for U.S. bases. So Donald Trump is actually getting sovereign territory in Greenland. He extracted sovereign territory from Greenland. This all happened dramatically at the NATO summit today. Let's go through the top line here from the New York Times, which broke the story. Trump Greenland deal said to involve small pockets of land. President Trump said on social media he'd reached a framework of a deal for the future of Greenland and Danish territory. Here we go. President Trump said on Wednesday that he was calling off tariff threats and a tariff war with Europe that he'd issued an effort to secure the American ownership of Greenland, saying that he had reached a framework on an agreement with the NATO secretary. Writing on Truth Social, President Trump, yada, yada. And the announcement followed a NATO meeting on Wednesday where top military officials and the alliance's member states discussed a compromise which Denmark would give the United States sovereignty over pockets of Greenlandic land where the United States could build military bases, along with 3 senior officials said with the discussion. The officials spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss sensitive private matters. They said the idea was one Mr. Root, this is the head of NATO, had been pursuing. 2 of the officials who attended the meeting compared the United Kingdom's bases in Cyprus, which are regarded as British territory. The officials did not know if the idea was part of the framework announced by Mr. Trump. Trump did not immediately give any details of that framework, but said the United States would own Greenland, even when asked directly about the ownership by reporters in Davos. So let's go ahead and look for more details about what is happening inside of this deal, right? And again, this is just the art of the deal. Trump threatens the absolute worst outcome. The entire world panics. His team presents option number 2, which seems incredibly reasonable. To option number 1, it's the same playbook Trump has been using over and over. He did it. President Trump got us Greenland. U.S. will control pockets of Greenland. So it will be sovereign American territory, presumably used by military, used as military bases. By the way, we have the same arrangement kind of all over the world in various places that we administer. The U.S. will be involved in Greenland's mineral rights. This is, of course, substantial because there are like $50 trillion worth of minerals in Greenland. Greenland has estimated reserves of natural resources worth as much as $50 trillion. The U.S. Golden Dome system will be involved in Greenland when it is built. So they will be using it for missile interception, which is, of course, how any missile would hit America. Whether it's fired from Russia or from China or from Iran, a missile would have to travel over Greenland to hit America. This would be the natural pathway, and this would mean you can detect those missiles 30 minutes earlier and shoot them down. This will open the door to U.S.-backed infrastructure investment in Greenland. Well, that'll be good. The duration of the deal will have an indefinite time frame. This means that Trump will be securing land, minerals, and defense all in one deal from Greenland. Well, there you go. Pockets of land for the U.S. U.S. involved in Greenland's mineral rights. Indefinite time frame. Block Russian influence in Greenland. Use Golden Dome system. Open doors for U.S.-backed infrastructure investment. Trump got the deal. Done. Europe. Greenland is not for sale. Trump will pay you $700 billion. Europe. We don't need the U.S. Greenland is not for sale. NATO. If you try and take Greenland, you're kicked out of NATO. Trump, okay, kick us out. And our 5% out of NATO. And the U.S. will take Greenland because your two sleds can't stop me. Europe and NATO. Greenland is not for sale, but the U.S. can use Greenland for whatever you need. Okay, we'll keep our money. Use Greenland for the rest of the Arctic. Okay. Part of the deal. There you go. The United States will control parts of Greenland. There we go. Here's the scoop. Parts of Greenland by designating them as sovereign bases and territory in the proposed deal. The proposal mimicking Britain's agreement with Cyprus, American bases would be considered U.S. territory. It would allow the U.S. to perform military operations, intelligence, and training without seeking permission from Denmark. The framework is a creative workaround Trump's demand of full ownership of the entire island. So President Trump was giving an interview, and he was asked, how much of Greenland exactly will you own, and how long will you own it for? And President Trump said this, kind of remarkable.
Back a lot of some of the nervousness we had in the last couple of days. The tariffs are off. Nothing happens on February 1st.
No, we took that off because it looks like we have pretty much a concept of a deal.
A deal of ownership, a deal.
Well, it's a little bit complex, but we'll explain it down the line. But the Secretary General of NATO and I and some other people were talking, and it's the kind of a deal that I wanted to be able to.
Where does Denmark? Did they weigh in on what they want, what they would agree to?
Well, I assume they did because he very much represents. He's a strong leader, Mark. You know Mark, and he. I assume he's been speaking to them. He's been speaking to all of them.
Are mineral rights involved? Is ownership involved? The Golden Dome.
I don't want to say yet, but
the Golden Dome was very compelling today when you talked.
Yeah, the Golden Dome, and they're going to be involved in the Golden Dome, and they're going to be involved in mineral rights, and so
we can't. It's not specific enough to know at this point how long this lasts, whether it's
forever.
Forever.
It'll be forever.
For Greenland at this point.
Forever.
That's staggering. This is like 2 hours after.
It's better than the Obama deal, the famous Iran nuclear deal.
Forever. Just forever. That's right. Under the Greenland deal, Denmark would give the United States sovereignty over Greenlandic land where the United States could build military bases, according to senior officials. Okay, so Trump did it. I mean, do you really want the whole island? I don't know, maybe. Will Trump acquire Greenland? Look at that. Skyrocketing up to 55%. Will the U.S. acquire part of Greenland in 2026? Madman completely did it and got everything that he wanted. And then who knows what's next? Man, incredible. Incredible. The art of the deal, ladies and gentlemen. Like, share, and subscribe. That's a great deal. Because we are always making sure that you are up to date on the latest news. I mean, this news just broke. This article was just published. That's our deal. This is incredible. You're watching the master at work. You're watching Jordan in his prime. It's your boy Benny. See ya.
That's awesome to be even witnessing that. That's just amazing. Super amazing. I'm so proud of Trump. Let's keep it moving here. It's more about, this is about Newsom, barred from speaking at Dove's event after trolling Trump. Oh, let's watch this drama.
Well, the feud between President Trump and Governor Newsom continues. Trump spoke today at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland. You just heard that. And Newsom was also scheduled to speak today, but posted on X saying that he was denied entry at the USA House in Davos. Our Crown 4's Rob Nesbitt has reaction tonight on the political discourse.
Okay,
We've
yes,
seen the
please
back and
send it
forth
to me.
between
Yeah,
President
I would
Trump
love
and
that.
Governor Newsom play out the last year online and in speeches. The president took to the podium today as planned to give his speech, but there was a change of plans in the schedule for Newsom. We watched Governor Gavin Newsom as he called out world leaders in Davos, Switzerland Tuesday, upset with their lack of action against President Trump when it comes to Greenland.
I can't take this complicity. People rolling over. I should have brought a bunch of knee pads for all the world leaders.
The governor was invited to
Ooh,
participate
you hear
in
that?
a Fortune Fireside chat.
Okay, I had to stop that. This guy's disgusting. This guy's disgusting. Look, first of all, look at his eyes. Those eyes don't lie. This motherfucker is a Cleon. He's a fucking alien. He's human but humanoid. He's an alien. He looks like an alien. This is all a framing. Look at his hair, how slick back it is. This guy reminds me of a fucking devil. He has the looks of a devil. You put little horns on him because it looks like it's trying to proceed right here, like they're trying to come out. Like he has his horns. This guy is on a mission to destroy the world. He does not care. He only cares about himself and pushing his agenda that the globalists is losing out on. So they're losing, and they're losing bad, and he knows it, and he's nervous, and the way he talks doesn't seem very confident. So let's go back to this idiot telling and what disrespect that he's there. He's not even supposed to be there to begin with, but he's going to tell the reporters that he should have brought a whole bunch of knee pads so they all could get on their knees. What were you referring to, Gavin Newsom? What are you referring to? Like, are you kidding me? And they letting this imbecile get on the cameras to speak like this? Okay, thank you, media. Thank you, because now we got this idiot in action. We could feel his emotions because they're all over the place. I don't know what medicine or drug this guy is on. I tell you right now, it's Kool-Aid. And all right, let's listen. I know I've been interrupting. There's a 2-minute more to watch. Let's go ahead and watch this.
Complicity. People rolling over. I should have brought a bunch of knee pads for all the world leaders.
The governor was invited to participate in a Fortune Fireside chat, but Wednesday afternoon was told the event was canceled and he would not be permitted to speak to the media. President Trump took notice of Newsom's presence during his speech Wednesday, saying state leaders should ask for the National Guard to help reduce crime.
We're going to help the people in California. We want to have no crime. I know Gavin was here. I used to get along so great with Gavin when I was president. Gavin's a good guy. And we're going to, if he needed it, I would do it in a heartbeat.
Newsom posted on X, trolling the president's speech, and said pressure from the White House and State Department is why the governor was denied entry to the USA House in Davos. Crown 4 political analyst Michael Yockey says the head of the 5th largest economy in the world should be allowed to speak at the World Economic Forum.
The fact is you should be able to take criticism, and even if you don't like it, that's part of what free speech and what the First Amendment of this Constitution is all about.
Political science professor at San Jose State University, Donna Crane, says Newsom is trying to accomplish 3 things: prove he can handle himself among world leaders, cement a position in the 2028 race for president, and troll Trump to force an error. If she was working for the president, her advice would be, don't take the bait.
His base loves the fights that he can either pick or respond to with people like Gavin Newsom. But Republican elites and politically engaged Republicans hate it because it's his worst trait.
Although Newsom was denied the chance to speak with media at the American Pavilion, he was stopped by reporters leaving the room where the president spoke, saying Trump's speech was, quote, remarkably boring and insignificant. Reporting in the newsroom, I'm Rob Nesbitt, Crown 4 News.
Wow, what an idiot Gavin Newsom is. He's a fucking idiot. Like, let's see if they say anything here.
Good to see you.
Governor Newsom, do you have a message for Europeans who are concerned about the messages from the White House around?
Yes, it's time to buck up.
It's time to get serious and stop being complicit. It's time to stand tall and firm, have a backbone. I've seen this in the United States, the supine Congress playing both sides, saying one thing on a text or tweet, another publicly. It's time to have principle. It's time to stand tall and strong. It's time to stand united. You make that determination. I don't make that determination. When you say standing collectively, I can't take this complicity. People rolling over. I should have brought a bunch of knee pads for all the world leaders. I mean, handing out crowns and this is pathetic. Nobel Prizes that are being given away. I mean, it's just pathetic. And I hope people understand how pathetic they look.
They're crying. Just start crying.
At least from an American perspective, it's embarrassing. This guy is playing folks for fools, and it's embarrassing.
Europeans think this is diplomacy, and this will ultimately
this is
work.
Diplomacy with Donald Trump. He's a T-Rex. You mate with him, or he devours you. One or the other.
What?
And
you mate with them, or they'll devour you?
Continue down this path and process. They need to stand tall, stand firm, stand united. Look, a year ago we should have been having this conversation, and they didn't. Okay, and now you're paying the price. Exactly what anyone objective observer would have anticipated we'd be where we are today.
I'm being crystal clear. I'm being crystal clear.
But what's your advice?
I leave that to others to decide.
Wow, Gavin Newsom, you're a loser. There's people out in the streets like doing crazy shit out there. They're celebrating my birthday. Yay. They're burning on the streets. They're having a street takeover at 11:55 at night. All right, let's keep it moving. Hive Mind.
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. And of course, here's the meme of the day brought to you by FiveMind.com. Well, it appears we've caught another one. Yesterday, I released a video showing one of the individuals embedded in that radical crowd that stormed the church in St. Paul, Minnesota, was actually a school board member in the public school system there.
We'll continue with the lemon in a second. It's a great combination. I mean, I truly love lemon. But this one on the left, I would have thrown that one away. I'm just saying, I'm being real. I'm being real with you guys. But I did upload the 3 videos that I opened today for my birthday. I believe the biggest hit I did today was the Whooper. And it's the second hit. If you go check the birthday hit number 2, and it's the 2 out of 3, because I put 1 out of 3, 2 out of 3, and 3 out of 3. I got a hit on each one of them, but check all 3. The second one, the one that only has 49 views, I can't believe it only has 49 views, because the card that I pulled in a PSA 10 is worth $165 minimum. The highest that is being sold on that card is $250. So please look at the Pokemon videos, because I gotta catch them all. All right, I can go to the Chloe. Where's Chloe? Oh, Chloe. Oh, that's cool, Bulbasaur. I can see. Oh, that's so cute, Chloe. Aw. Oh, that's the Pokeball. Who's on top of the Pokeball? Oh, don't tell me. Is that who I think it is? Let me see if I had. Oh my God, it's Wigglytuff. You have Wigglytuff on top of the Pokeball. Oh my God. Oh, they're so cute, Chloe. I will put them on part of the show. Like when I show off the cards and stuff, I would put one of them on top, so I could have a little display. That's so cute, Chloe. Aww. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna get them. I'm definitely gonna get them. All right, let's see what else we have. Oh God, we gotta go back to the lemon. All right, let's let me see. Do I have anything else to say? I'm gonna check out your site now. I'm gonna see if that afterpay is fixed. I don't think it's fixed yet, but I'm patient because I'm gonna do all the payment stuff next week. And I just wanted to, and if it's not, it's fine. I guess I could do the PayPal way. That's okay too. I would. It doesn't matter, to be honest with you. But you got a nice, beautiful items. You know, I've been keeping my eye on that garden quartz spear. For some reason, every time I look at it, it's like it would look so cute here. I think I got Afterpay fixed. Okay, I'll definitely check it out. That golden quartz spear, the one that has like the pink inside. That one always is like catching my attention. That one has been catching my attention. But I did pull out what I want. You know, let me see this one. See, but a lot of these, I need a stand so I could put it to stand because you have the stands. I wonder, where did you get your stands from? Because I definitely need a couple of stands for certain items, especially if I'm getting the box. I need to display it. I need a couple of stands. No, I didn't want to go that way. You bastard. It makes me want to see the whole thing all over again. You got the flower agate spear. See, I got my... You got a lot of good stuff. All right, let's go. Let's let Lemon talk, Lemonhead, and then I'll comment.
And that, of course, was a pretty big bombshell. I mean, that was bad enough. But as per usual with these Democrat scandals, with these Democrat shenanigans, it's always so much worse than you initially expect. And that's where we are today with the second update. Another individual has been spotted in the crowd, another radical left-wing terrorizer. And this time, it's not a lowly school board member. No, it's the top aide of one of the top prosecutors in the state. Yeah, I really wasn't kidding when I said it goes all the way to the tippy top. But this obviously is a massive scandal because basically the office that's supposed to be in charge with actually prosecuting these people, well, they were part of the day's event. This is another shocking revelation, and of course it speaks to the rotten core, how these left-wing activists have basically corrupted the entire system, and especially the judicial system in these big Democrat states. Let me show you guys exactly what we found and of course why it's important. We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. All right, folks, so take a look at this piece here from the Daily Wire. The headline reads, Minneapolis prosecutor's top aide was part of anti-ICE protest at church. The individual in question is this guy. That's one of the freeze frames. And also here's a photo of Don Lemon interviewing him during that day. Well, he's been identified as Jamal Lundy. And according to the Daily Wire, Jamal Lundy works as an intergovernmental affairs coordinator for Hennepin County Attorney Mary Moriarty. He's married to St. Paul City Councilor member Anika Bowie and is now running for a seat in the state legislature as a Democrat, according to his campaign website. So this is a pretty high-profile Democrat who works for an even higher-profile Democrat, one of the top Soros-funded prosecutors in the state. And again, it just shows how deep the rot goes. It's just freaking lawlessness over here. We see the same thing over and over again, you see these radical prosecutors who are bankrolled by leftist billionaires like George Soros. And when in these positions that are supposed to be neutral, they're supposed to be neutral arbiters of the law. Instead, what you see is far leftist activism. These people are turning the justice system into a joke. Under Democrat power, the system is lawless and abusive. You got these Soros prosecutors who are clearly prioritizing social justice activist bullshit over actual law, over actual justice. This is why Derek Chauvin is going to spend the rest of his life in prison, because there was no way in hell in Minnesota that this guy was going to get a fair trial. It's totally politicized. The entire justice system under Democrat control is rotten to the core. It's less about actual justice, and it feels more like appeasement of the left-wing mob. Woke ideology dictates the outcomes. And as we know, these wokies, they always need a witch to burn at the frickin' stake. The evidence is irrelevant. What matters is the narrative. And this is why we see this kind of chaos whenever Republicans are in power. Donald Trump wins the election, and all of a sudden, Minnesota goes from a relatively peaceful, normal city, normal within a certain degree, right? To the moment Donald Trump's inaugurated, it's all out chaos, freaking riots, protests. Obviously, the Democrats, again, from the bottom to the absolute tippy top, they're in on it. And this shows you exactly how they refuse to charge these people. They refuse to end the chaos because they are the chaos. They're part of the chaos. Their own staffers are embedded in the damn crowds. They're complicit in the destruction. They're turning American streets into war zones because it helps them paint this narrative of resistance against fascism. It's a revolution. I mean, the rhetoric here is just insane. You know, that left-wing psycho, Will Kelly, the guy who led the storming of that church in St. Paul. I mean, just listen to this guy speak. He is the biggest LARPer on planet Earth.
Yesterday, I went into a church with Nakima Armstrong and I protested these white supremacists. The pastor of the church is a base leader in the city. How can they live so comfortably while the people from Somalia that are in this country legally, they have citizenship, can't even go to their mosque and pray? How do they deserve any different?
We're seeing around this country is they're using their political influence to attack people that disagree with them. They're going to come at me with charges, and I'm not scared of that. There's no base for these charges. I did not block them from, their service. They welcomed us in. They never asked to leave. The police never came in and removed us, so we didn't stop their service. In fact, people were still praying the entire time. The music was still playing.
That's bullshit.
And for all the people giving me death threats, threatening my life, kill me.
They're not afraid. You know why? Because someone's going to bail them out.
Said, you can kill the revolutionary, but you can't kill the revolution.
It's a total freaking LARP. I mean, what revolution? These people are insane. And they're obviously being enabled by Democrats in these positions of power. They're the useful idiot foot soldiers, but these are the psychos the Democrats are enabling. The Democrat Party is complicit in all of this. And it goes from local Democrats all the way to the national level. They all freaking support it.
Do you think that some of those protesters may have gone beyond their First Amendment rights and going into a church like that and broke the law?
ISIS led the way in their charge of going onto school properties and detaining people from places that should be just as well kept sacred. And so, we responded the exact same way we would have at any place of worship. That our PD came in, I would say we would have handled this in any other way, in any other place of worship the same way.
They feel a kind of helplessness, right? That's how you end up bullying your way into a church. And you've been in that chair. You've been the person who was the activist and felt like lawmakers weren't doing enough. Do you understand their frustration?
Of course. In a normal time, I would say no. I say this is First Amendment activity. Only one thing is clear. If Trump likes you, you can do no wrong. If he doesn't, he's going to use every weapon he can against you, including our criminal justice system.
The protest is fundamental to American society. This country started in a protest. It's freedom of expression. People have a right to lift up their voices and make their peace. None of us are immune from the voice of the public. So quite honestly, I think that you got the First Amendment, freedom of religion, and the freedom of First Amendment, freedom of expression. I think it's just something I gotta live with.
Do you believe it was a step too far for protesters to go into a church?
I don't. I think that when they find out that someone that's supposed to be speaking for the community in church is found out to be an ICE, like a federal agent that is running ICE in their communities, they have the right to go in there. Churches have always been an open door. And from my understanding in the videos that I saw, those protesters were not violent in any way.
Listen to how they're either deflecting, dismissing, or outright basically defending it. And also imagine for just a second, if that was a bunch bunch of Trump supporters storming a synagogue or Trump supporters storming a Muslim mosque. Could you imagine the rhetoric? Nazis, domestic terrorists, greatest threat to the homeland, Islamophobia, anti-Semitism, you would hear it all. If Joe Biden was the president, the FBI would track every single individual. They would all be held accountable, just like they did with those people who were doing those sittings in the abortion clinics. They all got charged under the FACE Act, and all they did was walk inside and sit down and protest. Here you have Democrats storming a church, a protected space, engaging in mob intimidation, and it's freaking crickets. In fact, it's beyond crickets. Democrats were part of it. The same BLM activists who are embedded with all of these people. That's why Don Lemon was there. And of course, this clown, a top aide at the Hennepin County Prosecutor's Office. We see the same pattern every single time. They enable this violence. We saw it during BLM. I mean, months of rioting, burning down entire neighborhoods, over $2 billion in insurance claims. And it took Joe Biden over 100 days during that high-profile campaign to come out publicly and condemn the violence. And he only did so once the focus groups and polling data started to shift. Democrats feed off of this extremism. They wield this violence, they wield this mob as a political cudgel. They are complicit, and they only lift their finger, they only do the right thing when they are forced to. Politically, when the people hold them accountable. Total corruption, total complicity. And again, that complicity seems to tie directly to a top George Soros funded prosecutor. Yeah, I guess at this point you can't exactly blame me if I don't take Tim Walz's pathetic statements about calling for peaceful protests seriously. They say one thing, but it's very obvious, it's very clear that they're doing another. Anyways, that's what I got. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you on the next one.
Then the next one, I tell you right now, the next one is going to be spicy because I got one that I do want to watch. And then we got a little weather, and then we got Tyson, and that's the end of the show. Let me see if there's anything that has broken out. Let's see if there's any breaking news, because so far there's 3 videos left. Let me see if there's any plus ones. Do I see anything that's worth? At the moment, I don't. Let me see one more. I think we might have a plus one. We might have a plus one for tonight, and then we're going night-night. Yeah, we do. Oh, my God, we do. And here it is. So let me go ahead and set this up. Hope everyone's having a good night. We officially are out of the 21st, and we're officially on the 22nd here in the East Coast. It's 12:10 in the morning, and I had a great birthday. I think my birthday continues throughout the day today because, like I said, I was born at 10:25, and I'm going to celebrate tomorrow, which is today, and keep the party going. And today's my cat's birthday, Tasha Mama. She turns 11 years old today. Congratulations, Tasha Mama. We love you so much. You're my best friend. You are awesome. Like, I don't know what and how I would live life without my cat. I know she will die eventually, and it will break my heart. And I would hate to see that, you know. Maybe I'll die before she does, so that way it won't hurt me so much. But I think it's going to be the other way around, and that sucks, man. Losing your pet is like one of the worst feelings in the world, and it's like not great, you know. It's just not a great feeling, but it's a part of life. It's a part of that cycle, and we do have an add-on. We have one add-on, and that's Tyson De La Cruz. So, of course, I'm going to add that one. He had a late entry because I'm up late. But I'm going to go to bed soon. So let's just get to it. Here we go. Oh, the audio again. Let me take a picture of it. Oh, no, I clicked it. I'll get you next time. And I know there will be a next time. So let's go ahead and drop out. Reset up again. It's so annoying when I have to do this. I should not be doing this. Okay. Here we go. You're going to start sharing? What's the deal here?
I think it's very, very ironic that.
I don't know what's going on here. Give me a second. I'm trying to fix this.
You know, Governor Newsom, who strikes me as Patrick Bateman meets Sparkle Beach Ken, may be the only Californian who knows less about economics than Kamala Harris. He's here this week with his billionaire sugar daddy, Alex Soros.
Yeah, it's Tasha's birthday, which is
for
the mom.
Who,
because I have a mom and daughter.
When he was having people arrested for going to church, he was
today.
having $1,000 a night meals at the French Laundry.
And
I'm sure California people won't forget that.
I'm definitely going to get her treat and her can of food that she likes and take this music now because I don't need YouTube to come and strike me for that. Motherfuckers, they like to sneak in that music. Like, nobody want to hear that shit. I just want to hear these crazy people talk. This guy's the devil for sure. Look how red he is. He's as red as the devil. Like, prove me wrong. Prove me wrong that Gavin Newsom is not a devil. He's part of the demons. You see, stick on the music. This guy's an idiot. Looking for all that attention. Look at that.
Newsom is the Trump administration is coming to California. We are going to crack down on waste, fraud, and abuse. And I was told he was asked to give a speech on his signature policies, but he's not speaking because what have his economic policies brought? Outward migration from California, a gigantic budget deficit, the largest homeless population in America, and the poor folks in the Palisades who had their homes burned down. He is here hobnobbing with the global elite while his California citizens are still homeless. Shame on him. He is too smug, too self-absorbed, and too economically illiterate to know anything.
Wow. What an insult. What an insult. He's just a horrible person, man. That damn music's just driving me crazy with it. Like, I don't hear that shit. Oh my God, if they're gonna just talk. Stop putting that filler music. It's like, I didn't know this was gonna be a filler. But I would just look at all the forms of Gavin Newsom, and you see his pictures, you see him in video. He looks very devilish. Like, he's up to no good. That's all he's doing. Why is he in a location where he's not even supposed to be, where the president is speaking to world leaders? Gavin Newsom is not a world leader. He's the leader of California.
In the United States with Annalise Nielsen. So, I mean, there's a lot of people, as Nick just pointed out, Annalise, there's a lot of folks, and we said it here on our show, strongly doubted that Donald Trump was going to make a military move on Greenland, but it all formed, part of his negotiating style where, you come in hot and you end up coming down a few notches. But just bring us up to speed with what's happened, because Donald Trump certainly believes that he's got a result here.
And look, I think the Trump strategy is that he wanted to make them jump, and they jumped. When they saw that there were military personnel being moved into Greenland when he made that threat, he knew that he'd spooked them. And this is how he opens negotiations. This is a long-term legacy planning for Donald Trump in how he's approaching this presidency. He's still got 3 years to do this, and he knows that he wants Greenland by the end of this. It's not just the strategic location, those trade routes that go through the North, the Arctic, that will be in particular of importance to Russia. But for Trump, he really wants to build that legacy off the McKinley legacy. Now, that was the president in the US in the 1890s. He was very famous for introducing protectionist tariffs, making America a world power, but he had that territorial expansion. Trump wants that territorial expansion. He's not going to let this go. And so I don't know what's come out of these negotiations today that's made him feel better, but I would say bottom dollar, I would bet that Trump is going to get Greenland by the end of the next 3 years.
What cost, Annalise? I mean, you know, I tell you what, I spoke to a member of the government out of Denmark yesterday, and I said, you know, in the words of Don Corleone, what if there's an offer that you cannot refuse? And he sort of squibbed that and said, no, there's going to be no offer. But money talks, doesn't it?
It does. And look, Denmark's actually doing a lot better financially because of Novo Nordisk, the company that makes Ozempic that has taken the world by storm. But they do spend a lot of money on Greenland. There's been a lot of tension with Greenland and how they've treated the native people there for quite some time. But Greenland wants independence. The reality is they don't have the kind of resources, industry there to be able to sustain it themselves. They rely heavily on government handouts. And so I think there will be a bottom dollar figure that they can throw at this to make it happen. Trump's saying this isn't about critical minerals. I think he knows that in this context of Davos speaking to these European leaders that they need to make the strategic point. But I think at the end of the day, you're not going to squib at the idea that there's a lot of really valuable critical minerals there, and Russia would have its eyes on it as well. Sure. And so I think at some point it will come down to say to Europe, wouldn't you rather it's us than Russia?
Well, and further to that, as we know, Annalise, that China's got 90% of the world's rare earths. Greenland holds an estimated 1.5 million metric tons of rare, and you know, rare earths, you need it to make everything. It's not that rare, but just that China's got most of it. So Greenland holds 1.5 million metric tons of rare earth reserves, and it does not have the commercial production to be able to access it. United States surely does.
Or they'd figure it out really quickly. And then this is the other problem, though, with critical minerals is the actual processing of it. A lot of that comes through China now as well. And so there's that kind of idea that they need to increase industrial expansion here. This is the Trump method. We saw it with East Wing. He's going to get stuff done and ask permission later. So there's that kind of idea that we're going to get this done. But it's a big task. I think, though, this is at the heart of the legacy that Trump wants to build. And so this isn't just kind of a flippant thought. He's not just trying to shake the cage for the sake of it. He really wants Greenland. Well, he's going to make it happen.
And all you got to do is look at the map, right, too, Annalise. You know, you look at where Greenland is and you can see why it's so strategically important. And as I can't remember who pointed this out a little bit earlier, but it was raised. Might have been Nigel Farage, actually. As it heats up, as the ice caps in the north heats up in the years and decades ahead, then that just makes Greenland so much more valuable from a security sense as well.
Absolutely. And we've seen Russian expansion throughout the Arctic. This has been bubbling away for some time, Arctic security, because the concerns are that if they block those trading routes there, that also blocks the ability for military personnel to move quietly throughout that region. And so, I mean, we saw it in World War II when they took over Iceland because it became a strategic fuel point for the Allies when they were worried about the Germans and their allies, to the Axis taking over Iceland, and just the strategic where it is in between the European continent and the US. And so absolutely, this is geographic. This is going to be changing. It's not very easy right now to be trying to drill into all that ice, but technology changes quite quickly. And they've just realized that they want to be on the front foot of this as compared to letting Russia get in there first.
Yeah, that's a good point. You make good points all the time. Thank you, Annalise. We'll see you again soon.
All right, Annalise, thank you so much. My goodness, cut it with the music. The music was driving me a little crazy. I don't want to get hit with a copyright because of the damn little music that they're playing. All right, let's keep it moving. There's more about the weather.
All right, buckle up out there. We are tracking a busy winter weather week as we show you a live look tonight over Nashville, Tennessee and Washington, D.C. here tonight. Two cities now in the direct path of a potentially catastrophic winter storm here, threatening nearly 170 million people across 35 states. So let's zero in here on the latest forecast model for you here. Major snowfall now expected to impact this entire region, stretching across the United States from the West Coast all the way to the mid-Atlantic there with Washington, D.C. and New York City. They could see up to 2 feet of snowfall on Monday morning. And a paralyzing ice storm is expected to be set, with the main threat across the south, with some seeing up to a ½ inch of ice, which could lead, of course, to widespread power outages in more than a dozen states.
There you go. Much better.
A lot of the crashes we see in these wintry storms or icy conditions tend to be drivers who get in a hurry, start going too fast, not leaving enough following distance.
So experts say you should have an emergency kit. We're talking bottled water, non-perishable food, flashlights, batteries, the whole works, plenty of blankets as well. And you'll want to be sure to check your heating sources, and during the storm, when it hits, avoid all travel unless it is absolutely necessary.
Yeah, that makes sense, right? You don't want to be out there and you put yourself in harm's way. It's a big snow event that's coming our way. And just think smart, get prepared now, and then enjoy having the Sunday off, right? Because Sunday is the chill out. They got some football games that are possibly being played, and the winners are going to the Super Bowl this weekend. So even though I don't really care about the people who are playing and the teams that are playing, and it's all propaganda, it's all Democratic run, it's all very far left. National Football League used to be good once upon a time. Now it's just not. And there's so many factors because of the manipulation of the referees, the money, outside sources like gambling. Gambling really destroyed sports, and it's not getting any better. And a lot of these referees are having friends and family members bet on certain plays and certain stuff because they're going to say, yeah, this down, I'm going to call and blow this flag. So, gamble on this team, being under or so forth, because we're going to try to make them go under. And the referees, they tend to manipulate the game and ruin the game. And I feel like it's not trustworthy anymore. I'll watch it, but it don't mean I trust it. I truly don't trust it. All right, so we're here to the last 2 shows of the night. We are going to watch Tyson De La Cruz. So let me set this up and see which one we're going to watch. Okay. And enjoy the show.
Should an independent auditor be appointed to investigate potential fraud in our daycare system?
America, Seattle just
Chloe,
elected a
getting
Democratic
ice over there, girl. You need to be careful Sunday.
Katie Wilson has established what I'm calling
Chloe, you're gonna get like a major
doctrine
ice
when
storm.
asked if she would investigate daycare fraud
So,
allegations.
if you're gonna
The same
do
fraud that
anything,
got $150 million
like
frozen
DoorDash
in
and all that
Minnesota.
stuff,
She gave
do
a
it,
one-word answer.
Saturday.
No.
My
I don't
team
know if
is
you're gonna
doing
be
a
able
really
to do it
thorough
on
review
Sunday.
of the city's approach
But
to
if you do,
homelessness.
But it
do it
gets
very
worse. Wilson
cautiously,
just halted homeless
because I know
encampment
they pay
removals
more.
hours just before the
People pay
scheduling.
more when they
Claims
want
she
their
needs to
food,
review the
and
city's
there's not enough
approach.
drivers.
Meanwhile, the Seattle Police Officers Guild is alleging the new leadership gave a directive to halt all open-air drug use arrests in favor of diversion requirements. Translation: no more arresting drug dealers.
Detectives arrested 11 people in a months-long investigation into a food stamps fraud operation deeply rooted in the CID.
This is the city that Wilson is now running, and she's making it easier, more than ever, for criminals to operate. What is up, guys? Tyson De La Cruz here. Thank you so much for rocking with me. Seattle's newest woke mayor is speed running destruction of law and order faster than any Democrat in modern history. Let me show you how Katie Wilson is turning Seattle into a sanctuary for fraud, drugs, and homelessness. What else is new here? Let me walk you through the level of betrayal happening in Seattle right now. While the Trump administration just froze $185 million in child care funding in Minnesota due to the massive Somalia-led fraud ring, Seattle's newest mayor, the new mayor, is officially signaling that she will not investigate similar allegations in her own city. On January 8, 2026, reporters asked Wilson directly, should an independent auditor be appointed to investigate potential fraud in our own daycare system? Her answer, no. One word, no explanation, no concern for taxpayers, just no.
I asked whether she has reached out to President Trump. She said, in fact, that she has done that. She's waiting to hear back.
Translation, she's pretending to cooperate while doing absolutely nothing.
This whole issue is not really about fraud, right? It's about dividing and conquering. It's about making an immigrant community a target. Right? There's no reason to assume based on the identity of a daycare operator that their small business is doing anything wrong.
But here's where Wilson shows her true colors. Instead of protecting taxpayer dollars, she used her first official New Year's Day post to condemn what she's calling a surveillance campaign and targeted harassment of Somalia childcare providers by independent journalists. So let me get this straight. Federal investigators expose a multi-million-dollar fraud ring in Minnesota. A Washington state rep sends a letter to RFK Jr. calling for a full program review of federal benefits in Washington, warning that fraudsters will pounce when enforcement is laxed. And Wilson's response is to attack the journalist exposing the fraud. Wilson's refusal to investigate has triggered a massive federal response. The U.S. rep didn't just send a polite letter. He's demanding a full investigation in Washington's child care subsidies programs because he knows what Wilson is trying to hide.
We're not yet, but we're working really closely with our agency, DCYF, that oversees a lot of that. And, you know, what we started to get was a real flood of complaints, people concerned, people showing up at their house trying to film children.
Washington's Attorney General Nick Brown is playing the same game as Wilson. He says he's not yet aware of any fraud incidents, but admits he's getting a real flood of complaints, and people are showing up to houses trying to film children. So there are complaints, there are investigations, but somehow, guys, there's no fraud. No fraud.
FBI Director Kash Patel promised a surge of resources to investigate, and lawmakers in the House are expanding their own investigation.
The federal government is treating this as a national security issue, and Seattle's mayor is attacking journalists for exposing it.
Well, it's amazing to me that a 23-year-old journalist, a YouTuber, who's now got over 80 million views on this thing, found more in a matter of hours than Tim Walz and Keith Ellison, our attorney general, have found in 7 years.
And Wilson's response to condemn independent journalists for doing their job, her administration absolutely refuses to do. Now let's talk about what the Seattle Police Officers Guild just exposed here. According to the Seattle Police Officers Guild, the new leadership gave a directive to halt open drug use arrests in favor of diversion requirements. Think about what this means. If you're shooting up heroin on a public sidewalk in Seattle, the police are now being told not to arrest you. Instead, they're supposed to give you a diversion requirement, whatever that means, which is bureaucracy speak for doing absolutely not a darn thing.
The mayor needs to realize the effect that this is having on local businesses.
And this is happening while Seattle businesses are drowning under the weight of homeless encampments, open air drug use, and crime. One business owner said the mayor needs to realize the effect that this is having on local businesses. But Katie Wilson doesn't care about businesses. She cares about protecting criminals.
The change that I hope that people will start to see from my administration is that we're going to be moving aggressively to open new emergency housing and shelter so that we can really begin to get people inside with the support that they need.
Wilson's solution, open up new emergency housing and shelters. The same failed strategy that's been tried for decades. Spend billions and billions of dollars on supportive services while refusing to enforce law. And then when the programs get worse, all you got to do is just ask for more money. While Wilson is protecting daycare fraudsters and halting drug arrests, Seattle PD just busted a food stamp fraud ring in Chinatown that perfectly illustrates the corruption that she's enabling.
Officers observed individuals buying EBT cards from
from people, more vulnerable people.
Here's how this scam worked. Criminals would buy EBT cards from vulnerable people at 50% discount in cash. So if you had $100 on food stamps, they'd give you $50 in cash. Then they'd work with local businesses to buy items using EBT cards, sell those items back to the store. Products never even left the shelves. They were just billing the government over and over again for the same items. And the stolen food and household items, they were being sold to restaurants and businesses in King County. So if you're eating at a restaurant in Seattle, there's probably a good chance that the food was purchased with stolen EBT benefits from vulnerable people who sold those cards for drug money.
A lot of times these victims are the vulnerable adults, like I said, the people that are getting these cards for food, and they would sell the cards and then get the money and go buy drugs sometimes.
So the fraud ring is preying on addicts, buying their benefits for half the price, then reselling it to food, then reselling the food to businesses. And Wilson's response to open drug use: stop arresting people. On her first week in office, Wilson halted a homeless encampment removal in Ballard just hours before it was scheduled to happen. The encampment had been there before. It had been swept before. It had been set to be cleared again. But Wilson decided that she needed to, quote unquote, reassess the strategy.
My team is doing a really thorough review of the city's approach to homelessness as we figure out how to begin making improvements.
But here's the thing. Seattle has been reviewing its homelessness strategy for decades while spending billions and billions of dollars. And the only thing that changes is the problem just actually gets worse.
Others, though, say the mayor needs to consider the impacts on the surrounding neighborhood, because there needs to be balance.
Homelessness advocates are celebrating Wilson's decision to let encampments stay, but businesses and residents who have to deal with the crime, the trash, the open air drug use, obviously they're freaking furious. And Wilson doesn't care because she's not accountable to taxpayers. She's accountable to activists. America, Katie Wilson has been mayor for less than 2 weeks, and she's already established a zero accountability doctrine that protects fraudsters, enables drug dealers, and prioritizes homelessness encampments over law-abiding citizens. She refused to investigate daycare fraud while the feds freeze $185 million in Minnesota. She halted drug arrests while Seattle PD busts an 11-person food stamp ring. She delayed encampment removals while businesses begged for relief. And she attacked journalists for exposing the corruption that she's actually protecting. This is what happens when you elect a Democratic socialist who cares more about ideology than results. Wilson isn't governing Seattle. She's surrendering it to criminals while pretending she's compassionate. Let me know what you think about this. Drop it down in the comment section down below. Smash the like button if you kindly would. Share, subscribe, and as always, guys, I'll catch you on the next one.
Before Tyson, you're out the door. Yeah, social experimental things. Yeah, it's just society's just wild. It was 1, 2, 3, 4. Now it's 1, 2, 3, 5. And we're going to the next video of Tyson de la Cruz, and then we're wrapping it up for the night. So here we go.
The FBI has apparently just served subpoenas to several officials here in Minneapolis, including members of the office of Governor Tim Walz.
America, the walls are closing in on Tim Walz and roll subpoenas to Governor Walz's office, Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey, and Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison. They're investigating whether these officials conspired to obstruct federal officers for doing their job.
They hold criminals. We're not going to pay. They can sue us and maybe they'll win, but we're not giving money to sanctuary cities anymore as of the beginning of the month.
And then Trump dropped the truth bomb about Minnesota's Somalia community that sent the media into an absolute meltdown. We're talking about billions in missing taxpayer money, ICE agents being attacked at churches, and Democrat politicians who would rather protect illegal immigrants than American citizens. What is up, guys? Tyson de la Cruz here. Thank you so much for riding with me. Let's start with the bombshell that just dropped. The Department of Justice served subpoenas to some of the most powerful Democrats in Minnesota. Maybe. We're talking about Governor Tim Walz, Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey, and Attorney General Keith Ellison.
The subpoenas indicate that the government is investigating state and local officials to see if they may have conspired to impede federal officers.
Now, you're probably asking, Tyson, what does impeding federal officers actually mean? It means these officials have actively worked to block ICE agents from arresting illegal hombres, illegal immigrants who committed crimes in their cities. They didn't just refuse to cooperate. They may have actively obstructed federal law enforcement. And the timing of this is absolutely perfect because while Walz is getting subpoenaed, Trump is cutting off the money spigot that's been funding this sanctuary city nonsense for years.
All ICE wants to do is get them out of our country, bring them to prisons and jails and mental institutions from where they came. That's all they want to do. They're patriots.
Trump's message is crystal clear. ICE agents are patriots trying to remove criminals from our country, and Democrat politicians are treating them like the enemy. But my friends, that is about to change because the money train is stopping on February 1st. Now, let me tell you about the part of Trump's speech that really set off the media. He's talking about Minnesota's Somalia community and the $19 billion minimum that's gone missing in the state's coffers, like just gone.
Nobody talks about the fact that $19 billion at a minimum is missing in Minnesota, given to a large degree by Somalians. They've taken it.
$19 billion. And Trump pointed out that's a lot of money that was taken. They're driving Mercedes-Benzes. They're driving Mercedes-Benzes and living in luxury.
They come here and they become rich and they don't have a job. I was told that Ilhan Omar is worth $30 million. She never had a job.
Trump mentioned that Ilhan Omar is reportedly worth $30 million. Never had a real job, came from a country with no functioning government, but somehow Ilhan, I married my brother Umar, accumulated $30 million in wealth while serving in Congress. How does that exactly work? If you haven't checked out the video on the deep dive on that particular matter, it'll be placed somewhere on the screen or in the description down below. Check it out after this one. The media obviously lost their mind over Trump saying some Somalians are low IQ people, but they completely ignored the $19 billion missing in taxpayer money, just like they always do. They don't want to talk about the fraud. They just want to call Trump a racist, a bigot, and move on. Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem dropped some devastating information about what Timmy Tampon Walz and Jacob Somalia Frey have been doing in Minnesota. And guys, it's even worse than you think.
One of the things we've asked Governor Walz for and Mayor Frey is to give us just the criminals you have in jail. They've released 490 murderers and rapists and drug traffickers onto their streets.
Let me make sure that you guys heard that correctly. Walz and Frey had 499 murderers, rapists, drug traffickers in custody. ICE asked them to turn these criminals over for deportation. Instead of handing them to the federal authorities, they released them back into the streets of Minnesota.
Rather than just give them to us. And that's what I don't understand.
You know, some of them, though, have multiple names.
Yes.
That's, I mean, it was a big problem.
And here's the kicker. Many of these criminals are using multiple names, fake identities. Jose, Guadalupe, Chalupa, Tortilla, Rodriguez. They came in here illegally, lied on their paperwork, skipped their immigration board, and now they're committing crimes under different aliases. But Walz and Somalia Frey would rather release them into Minnesota streets than cooperate with ICE. Okay. Noem explained that ICE is targeting people who have committed criminal acts. These aren't families seeking asylum. These are convicted criminals. But when ICE shows up to arrest a gang member, they're going to check everyone in that apartment. That's basic law enforcement. And Democrats are acting like it's a human rights violation. Now, we got to talk about what's happening at that church in St. Paul, Minnesota, because this is where the anti-ICE movement completely jumped the shark on this one. Protesters stormed a church service on Sunday, screaming at people and disrupting worship.
Several dozen protesters disrupted the service, screaming at members of the congregation and screaming anti-ICE slogans.
Their excuse, one of the pastors at the church also works as an acting director of ICE St. Paul field office. So naturally, it is an appropriate response to storm a church and scream at people trying to worship on a Sunday.
Do you believe it was a step too far for protesters to go into a church?
I don't. I don't.
And when CNN asked Arizona Representative Alita Guevara, yes, the same woman who claims she got pepper sprayed while eating a cheesy gordita crunch at a protest, whether storming a church was going too far, her answer, I don't think so.
I think that when they find out that someone that's supposed to be speaking for the community in church is found out to be an ICE, like a federal agent that is running ICE in their communities, they have the right to go in there.
So Ms. Chalupa Supreme actually said protesters have the right to storm churches if they don't like somebody who attends. Churches have always been a quote-unquote open door, she says. So it's totally fine to disrupt worship services. This is the same logic that would justify storming any public space for any political reason. But the absolute star of this anti-ICE movement is some guy named William Kelly. This dude showed up to a press conference wearing a beanie, a Biggie shirt, and a full beard to explain why storming churches is actually revolutionary activism.
Here we're going to get a lot of snow. This country is they're using their political influence to attack people that disagree with them. They're going to come at me with charges, and I'm not scared of that.
Willie Billy said he's not scared of charges because he didn't do anything wrong. He didn't block the services, he says. They never asked him to leave. The police never removed him. So technically, he's innocent.
So, Pam Bondi, you want to come and arrest me? You want to come and give me charges? So be it. And for all people getting, giving me death threats, threatening my life.
He's wearing a Biggie with a crown.
Then Billy Willie really went for it. He challenged attorney Pam Bondi to arrest him. He told people who sent him death threats, go ahead, kill me. And then he quoted Fred Hampton. Nothing says revolutionary quite like a beard, a beanie, and a Biggie t-shirt while defending your right to storm churches. Good job, Billy. You're really sticking it to the man by disrupting worship services. But here's the best part of this entire story. While this chaos is happening in Minnesota, CNN just accidentally admitted something that's sending Democrats into complete meltdown mode.
There's that saying, Trump was right about everything, and that's kind of how I'm feeling right now.
This breakfast conversation, our 6th visit with Betsy Sarcone.
A suburban mother in Iowa, the exact demographic Democrats thought they owned, just told CNN on camera, Trump was right about everything. That's how I'm feeling right now.
Her shift beyond dramatic. A DeSantis, then a Haley voter, said she would vote for Joe Biden if Trump won the Republican nomination. But she changed her mind.
But after watching Joey Biden do absolutely nothing about the open border policy for 4 years, she's completely changed her mind.
I think Biden probably changed me more than Trump.
She gives Trump an A- now. She loves the immigration crackdown. She just closed a big real estate deal and thinks the economy is picking up.
Sarcone laughed at Trump's 2020 election fraud claims when we first met. Another big change.
I'm starting to question the election of 2020, right?
He lost the election in 2020.
I don't know.
That's how dramatically the political landscape has shifted. America, what we're witnessing in Minnesota is a complete collapse of the sanctuary city movement. The DOJ is investigating Timmy Tampon Walz, Jacob Somalia Frey, and Ellison for obstructing federal officers. Trump is cutting off all federal funding to sanctuary cities starting February 1st. And Democrats are so desperate, they're storming churches and defending it on CNN. Secretary Kristi Noem exposed that Walz and Frey released 490 violent criminals, murderers, rapists, drug traffickers into Minnesota streets rather than handing them over to ICE. Trump revealed that $19 billion is missing in Minnesota, much of it connected to the fraud in Somalia communities, and Ilhan Omar somehow miraculously accumulated $30 million in wealth despite never having a real job. But here's what should terrify Democrats. Suburban moms are flippant. The exact demographic they thought they owned is now saying Trump was right about everything. Meanwhile, the anti-ICE movement is being led by a guy in a Biggie Smalls t-shirt with a beanie and a beard who thinks storming churches makes him revolutionary, and Democrat congresswomen who got pepper sprayed while eating a cheesy gordita crunch are defending it. The walls, pardon the pun, are closing in sanctuary cities. The money is being cut off. The investigations are underway, and the American people are finally waking up to the fact that Democrats Democrats care more about protecting illegal criminals than American citizens. Let me know what you think about this. Drop it down in the comment section down below. Smash the like button if you kindly would. Share, subscribe, and as always, guys, I'll catch you on the next one.
Thank you, Tyson, for a beautiful there. The sanctuary cities, they're gonna have a hard time this year. A lot of funding is gonna be cut. You're gonna have, I think the summertime is gonna be a little wild. I think they're gonna try to spark something up and spark up like riots like they tend to do. And it's always the same areas, LA, like Seattle and Minneapolis. New York sometimes get into the stupidity, but as far as like burning down the city, I think that's like more reserved for like LA and for Seattle. I don't know if Minnesota, I'm pretty sure they do something like that too out there. I mean, and it's always like the Democrats with that energy. Because like the Republicans, we're so chill, right? We're so chill, relaxed. I just smoked a joint. I'm like super chilled. I just celebrated my birthday. I had a great show. Look, 5 hours and 10 minutes doing a show. Yes, pat on the back. You know, it's just a lot of things going on in this world. And I'm still surprised at what Gavin Newsom did today. He was so out of place. Everyone's looking at him like, why are you here? Type of look, you know? Like, and they were talking really bad about him. And he couldn't even stand still. The guy kept moving around. He was like, something like he was just itching. And Soros was there, you know, the son, and they took their little picture, and that's his backing. That's the racehorse they're going with. They're gonna push his campaign. Soros is gonna put a ton of money behind Gavin Newsom to try to get him elected to presidency. I mean, if we go back into a Democratic like presidency, I think I'll move to Iceland. I'll move to Iceland. I go to Greenland. It'll be part of America, but it'll be away from the mainland. That's for damn sure. I would not serve. I couldn't under Gavin Newsom. Are you kidding me? Like those machines would really have to be motherfucking rigged. But I just have a feeling if it's going to be a rematch, like not a rematch, but Trump coming back for a third term, and the world is in agreement, and the world wants it to happen. Oh, it's on, Gavin Newsom. And let me tell you something. Trump's just going to eat you up and spit you out. And you can hope and pray that your Chinese friends and all your crooked friends can help manipulate the election like they've done in the past, you know, because anything connected to the internet can be manipulated. And I seen it happen, and I felt the energy of it happening, especially on that 2020 elections with Biden and Trump, where Trump had a good commanding lead. And next thing you know, I felt the energy. And then things just started going sideways. I have that video. I'm going to put it up. Like, YouTube had me take it down, but fuck YouTube at this point. It's my birthday and I'm gonna do what I want, and I'm gonna put that video up so people can see, and you can see the way the energy changed and how I felt, how the energy changed, and it just started getting like not good. But and that was in 2020, so I have to go back in to the archives and pull that out and see if I could upload it. All right, guys, I am done for the night. It was a great birthday show. I truly appreciate everyone who came through and said happy birthday to me. I truly thank you so much. Even Maggie, she has to go to sleep because she lives in UK and we are in a different time zone. But she stayed up to make sure she sent the message to me, and I got it loud and clear. Thank you, Maggie. I truly appreciate you and love you so much. 5 hours, 14 minutes in, and I'm ready to go to bed. So, and I'm happy that I pulled some really nice, beautiful cards, Pokemon cards. Please check out the shorts that I put out today. There's 3 videos that I put out. I did leave a comment, and I do leave comments on. I am very attentive to the comment section, especially in the shorts. And I do put out a message after I put up a video. So either if I got a hit or if I didn't get a hit, I still write a message. And today, for my birthday, I got 3 hits back to back to back. And I am so happy. I am. And we're going to do this all over again tomorrow. So stay tuned. Bigger things are going to happen very soon. I feel like something really big is going to happen this week, between this week and next week. But I truly believe it's going to be very soon. Something really big is going to happen. And we're here to witness it. And remember, you come first, take care of yourself, and everything else will follow. So with that said, have a good morning, good afternoon, and a good night. And I'll catch you on the flip side. And once again, happy birthday to me. And thank you all for watching. Have a good one and good night.